Okay, so welcome, John, officially back to the Zoom room. Nice to see you.
Yep.
So we're going to dive straight into the text today. Quite a big text section, actually. 12 paragraphs, is it? 13 paragraphs?
Yeah.
So, let's see how far we get. You've only got an hour, so
yeah.
We'll
I could come back. I could come back later, but it won't be till kind of 9:30 or so.
Right. Okay. Yeah, we might be finished by then, hopefully.
Yeah.
I've kind of got to, I'll probably stop around then.
Yeah.
Doing a house sit and people are arriving back around 9:30. But that's 4.5 hours. So hopefully we'll be able to complete the text section. All right. So let me share my screen quickly. I've prepped it so we have some translations done already, so that should speed things up. Okay, so correct document. Share screen. Okay, so this one's called the answer to prayer, section 2 of chapter 9. It is. I haven't read it yet, so said it was quite interesting. So let's dive in.
It is. Yeah.
Big enough for you to read?
Yep. Everyone who ever tried to use prayer to ask for something has experienced what appears to be failure. Same in the alternative version.
Mm-hmm.
This is not only true in connection with specific things that might be harmful, but also in connection with the requests that are strictly in line with this course. Same in the alternative. The latter in particular might be incorrectly interpreted as proof that the course does not mean what it says. Same in the alternative. However, you must remember that the course states repeatedly that its purpose is the escape from fear.
Yeah. Okay. So interesting opening paragraph.
Yeah. So what he's saying here is that people may believe that when they pray, they are not getting answered. But need to understand is that the course is actually about the escape from fear, not the granting of requests.
Yeah, very well summarized. Requests are strictly in line with this course. Latter in particular. So requests strictly in line with this course, or maybe you ask for more peace, more love, more joy, more happiness. Proof that the course does not mean what it says. The course states repeatedly its purpose is the escape from fear. Okay, so presumably he's going to clarify and build on that in the next paragraph.
Yeah.
That's really saying that it's not about necessarily meeting specific requests. Its purpose is to help you escape from fear, which requires that your separate self-concept be undone. And then as a natural consequence of that, blessings can come. You can feel more happier, more peaceful, more loving, more joyful. So those are kind of an effect, beneficial effect of the undoing of the ego. But primarily, this course isn't about granting your prayers. I think that's what he's saying. It's about undoing fear. It's the escape from fear.
Yeah.
Okay. So personalize that. Let's just stop the recording. personalize this. Maybe if we say instead everyone who ever tried, we say
Oh, yeah.
I may have tried to use prayer to also summon
Yeah, very good.
and experience what appears to be failure.
Hmm.
Both in connection with specific things that might be harmful, but also in connection with requests that are strictly in line with this course. He doesn't elaborate on what those may be, but we can impute that those would be things like peace and love and joy. If you're asking for more peace, happiness, love, joy, those are requests strictly in line with the course. Hi, Elaine.
Oh, hi everybody.
Hi, Elaine.
Welcome.
hi, John.
Everyone's rocking up. It's great. Sally's joining. So we're just diving straight into the text today. Paragraph 1, you haven't missed very much. Hi, Sally.
Hiya. Hi, Sally.
Hi, Sally.
Hi.
We're just diving straight into the text today. John only had an hour, and I just thought it's a 12-paragraph monster, so we'll do that, and then if we have time, we'll have a look at our lesson. Okay, so we're just personalizing paragraph 1, which is a nice lead-in, just really saying that you may have experienced failure in connection with prayer, and that may seem like the course doesn't mean what it says, but actually the course is about escape from fear, not the granting of specific request. In summary, that in particular, so I may interpret the latter incorrectly. I may interpret the latter in particular incorrectly. Do we need the in particular? Maybe we can just take it out.
I don't think you do.
I may interpret the latter incorrectly as proof that the course does not mean what it says.
Should course have a capital C there?
No, well, interesting. They don't use a capital C.
Yeah. Okay.
I don't think they ever use that.
Yeah. Okay.
The teachings they sometimes do. The course, put this course. Let's say this course, because then it's not that course. This course does not mean what it says.
However, I must remember that the course states repeatedly that its purpose is the escape from fear.
We don't really need to. However, the course states repeatedly that its purpose is the escape from fear.
Yeah, good.
How about we just add it rather than the granting of specific wishes or prayers.
Yeah.
Rather than a course designed to grant you, to grant me my specific wishes.
I think wishes is better than prayers, actually.
Yeah, I think it is. Okay, do you want to read that from the top? Make sure we're happy with it, and then
Yep.
maybe you can read it to all of us in
Yep.
the slow flow.
I may have tried to use prayer to ask for something and experience what appears to be failure, both in connection with specific things that might be harmful, but also in connection with requests that are strictly in line with this course. I may interpret the latter incorrectly as proof that this course does not mean what it says. However, the course states repeatedly that its purpose is the escape from fear rather than a course designed to grant me my specific wishes.
Yeah, I think that kind of clarifies what he means.
Yep.
From fear. Just needs a bit of embellishment there.
Yeah.
Okay, so do you want to read that for us, John?
Yep.
Would be nice.
Yep.
Thanks.
Yep.
Get another recording going. Okay, so everyone, you know the drill. Just close your eyes, take a nice deep breath in and then out through the nose, relax, and allow these words to come in to your awareness, and repeat after John in the gaps that he leaves. Repeat the words as affirmations. Make sure you're muted so we don't all hear you. Okay, so take it away, John.
I may have tried to use prayer to ask for something specific and experienced what appears to be failure, both in connection with specific things that might be harmful, but also in connection with requests that are strictly in line with this course. I may interpret the latter incorrectly as proof that this course does not mean what it says. However, the course states repeatedly that its purpose is the escape from fear, rather than a course designed to grant me my specific wishes.
Okay, thank you. So it is. All right, so number 2. Sally or Elaine, would you like to read that?
Yeah. In the alternate or in both?
Yeah, it looks like there's a little bit of translation to do in the first one, and then probably not very much after that. So just read the first one, alternate, both of them, and then after that you.
Let us suppose then that what you ask of the Holy Spirit is what you really want, but you are still afraid of it. Alternatively, let us suppose then that what you ask of the remembrance of perfect love is what you really want, but you are still afraid of it.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's straightforward.
Yeah. So we really want it, but we're actually afraid of it. Doesn't make any sense, but that's how the ego goes.
Can we have an example of that? I mean, I want love, but I'm afraid of it.
Yeah. I want I want enlightenment. I want to wake up. There's many spiritual people on a spiritual path that would say that.
Yeah.
but they're actually quite afraid of it. I really want enlightenment, but I was quite scared of actually letting go of everything and letting go of my separate self and
Yeah, that's me.
the idea of life beyond body and deconstructing everything. So that's quite common. There's still a fear. We want it, but part of our mind is not convinced and is still afraid of it. That's one instance. Another instance could be I really want healing. Let's say I'm chronically ill. I really want healing because I'm tired of the suffering. But I'm afraid of healing because I'm afraid after years of being this victim in this sick identity that if I get well, I might, it's an unfamiliar life and an unfamiliar world to me. I might have to be more accountable. I might have to actually start doing things like the normal people do, like getting jobs and earning money. And so that could be another example. There's many others where our mind is split. We're not, we actually, our deepest desire, our true desire is for healing. But there's the ego split mind component that's saying, actually, you're afraid of that.
I think the second example is a better one, John, because in the first example, I want love, but I'm afraid of having it because of whatever. We all have that. I mean,
yeah, but it's common. We want enlightenment. And then as you start to figure out what that really means, fear comes in. And the ego says, no, you don't really want that because that's the end of me. That's the end of, you. I remember once saying to myself when I was really having some, intense undoings in the mind. And this voice says, Jesus, John, this stuff's going to kill you. That was so clear. It's like, so there's the fear. Like I said, on one level, I want the awakening, but on the other, there's the fear there that you're going to die.
And this is where we identify a desire for something, and then the ego comes into play and gives us the challenge or the resistance. And our role really is to look at that, let it go, and accept what we want.
Except the fear is the fear is just resistance. If you can see it for what it is, then you don't listen to it. You recognize it for what it is. It's the ego. It's resistance. It's not the true voice. It's trying to stop you from fulfilling your heart's desire, which is to wake up. So don't listen to it and keep pushing forward. Push through the fear. Once you can identify, which voice is which this course is all about training your mind to do that. Then the choice becomes fairly simple. Well, there may still be the resistance, but if you know that it's just resistance and it's not real and it's not serving you, then why would you listen to it? It ceases to have the same, persuasive power.
But sometimes it can just sit in your body somewhere, whether it be your shoulders or the pit of your stomach, and it can be very persistent. So it is. So it is, like John says, accepting and not resisting it. Yeah,
well, seeing it for what it is, and then being willing to let it go. It's okay. Well, I'll carry on. I know I'm on the right track. I know that what I really want is awakening, is this divine love, and this is just pointless resistance. It's stopping me from what I really want. I'm not going to listen to that voice, no matter what it says. So that's the methodology. In practice, you might find you get confused still sometimes. You vacillate.
Yeah.
Depending on how clear you are. The ego.
We've lost you, John.
Yeah, I lost you.
and doubt are actually, and it can be, so that's why we do the mantra over and over and over again. Remind yourself, no, this thought system is not true. There is a way out of it. And
it's not just thoughts either, is it? Sometimes there's a very subtle sense in our energy that you couldn't actually put your finger on what it is. It's not a thought, I'm afraid of love, or I'm afraid of waking up, or whatever it is. But it can be so subtle that you can't identify it. You've got no story about it. I had something like that come up today. It was just so subtle. And it took a lot of sitting with it for it to go. But no story, no vision with it, nothing. It was just a very subtle sensation that made me not want to do something that I love doing. How do you root out those like real subtleties? It's amazing.
Well, yeah, I think the Buddhists call them the fetters. It's like these subtle ego thoughts, emotions, which once you got rid of the egregious ones, so say particularly obvious one is anger. I get angry with someone, I lash out verbally or physically, or intense anxiety. These are obvious, but the subtle ones are not so obvious. But as you go on the path, you do become more tapped in. You become aware of those subtleties. So you're equipped then to be aware of them and let them go. As you said, you sat with it and just gave it some time to release. I don't know if you did a process on it.
No, I didn't do a process, but it took, I would say, nearly an hour sitting with it. And I kept wanting to run, pick up my phone, go and do anything but. But I only knew that it was there because there was a kind of a density in a part of my body. And I just thought, well, if it's trying to make me pick my phone up and trying to make me go and run away from it, it's really important with it.
Sit with it.
Because I couldn't have really done a process because I couldn't really, there was no words for it.
So you just sat with it and allowed it to kind of arise and pass away.
It was more of a wanting to run away. It was a density in my belly and little sensations around the body, but mostly it was a feeling of wanting to run, wanting to do anything but sit with it. So I stayed with it. It took a lot of perseverance.
Yeah, well done if you did. So that's sort of a Vipassana style approach. So you just sit with it. You're not trying to fix it. You just sit and observe. But in the observation, these things arise and they pass away. If you observe clearly, there will be a natural dissipation of the intensity of emotion that you observe. And then it sort of clears of itself.
And then I felt exhausted.
Yeah, well, you're sitting. It's quite a lot of mental discipline. No, it's not physical. It's a mental, emotional discipline to sit for an hour and just face it and not move. In the Vipassana, they call it a sitting of firm determination. It's an hour, and the idea is you don't move. You don't move your body. You don't move mentally. You just stay in awareness, really, in pure formless awareness, and you allow whatever to rise, mentally, physically, emotionally. It's all passing through, and that's all. It works. It's a good thing because sometimes you don't know what to forgive. Like, what am I actually letting go of? Yeah. It's such a subtle sensation. You just need to sit with it, become aware of it, and then it will dissipate of its own accord. Because it's not real, it's not permanent. There will be an arising and a passing away, and just the witnessing presence in you can witness that. So well done on having that, like knowing. I think it's good when you you trust your inner knowing. You're like, okay, I know what I should do. That's listening to the Holy Spirit in the situation. And then it gives you the guidance as to what to do in that situation to deal with it.
I know that if I keep picking up my phone, there's something going on. If I keep checking messages, you go, oh, what you're avoiding, Sally.
Yeah, so that's good. There's obviously strong enough. Your internal teacher, the Holy Spirit, is strong enough to get you through those kinds of challenges now, which is great. So you can become very internally directed, and just listen to that guidance, and then in every situation, it'll tell you, what you should be doing, shouldn't be doing. Okay, so where were we? Let us suppose then. So number two, should this be the case, your attainment of it, so you can read this in the alternative, Elaine. I'm not sure there'll be any translation there.
Should this be the case, your attainment of it would no longer be what you want.
Okay, it's fairly obvious.
Yeah.
You think you want it, but you're really afraid of it, so then you no longer want it because no one wants what they fear.
Yeah.
So the fear comes in to sabotage the desire, and so he's setting us up for an example. He's going to give us an example in terms of healing.
Right. This is why certain specific forms of healing are not achieved, even when the state of healing is.
Okay.
Yeah.
Specific forms of healing are not achieved, even when the state of healing is. Okay, so you'll clarify. So talking about, again, the specific, even when the state of healing is. Okay, so then he'll give us an example.
Okay. An individual may ask for physical healing because he is fearful of bodily harm.
Okay, that's what a lot of people do. Okay, I just want this pain to go away. I've got this condition, so I'm looking for physical healing. I want the body to be healthy. Okay, and then at the same time, if you're healed physically,
Okay. Sorry, I just doing a message.
This call is regarding your mobile phone and contract.
are you
Yeah, sorry, it was just a sales call. Just passing it
right?
on.
Okay,
So I'm ready now. Just
Okay.
ran up the stairs, so I'm out of breath.
okay,
Right.
all right. At the same time,
All right. At the same time, if he were healed physically, the threat to this thought system might be considerably more fearful to him than its physical expression.
yeah, understand what he's saying there.
Well, excuse me, I'm just getting my breath because I ran up the stairs. Right. At the same time, if he were healed physically, threat to his thought system. Not sure. At the same
Be
time,
considerably more fearful to him than its physical expression. So, how would that work in practice? You've got someone who wants to be healed physically,
yeah,
but if he's healed through a miraculous means that he can't explain, the threat to his thought system might be considerably more fearful to him than its physical expression. So he would then fear the miracle because it's telling him that he's not a body. It's pointing to reality that his mind isn't willing to accept that. I mean, I'll give you I'll give you an example. You're familiar with Anita Mojani's story? The
Yes.
lady who had chronic
Big
cancer
tumor.
and then she healed. Yeah. So she heals, miraculous, amazing. In 5 weeks, she's clear. So instead of an oncologist being delighted with this, and he's going, wow, I can't really explain that, but I'm so pleased that she's healed. He finds this kind of healing, threatening to his own thought system. So he responds in a fearful way, saying, "Oh, this claim of miracles is dangerous," and finds a sort of rational explanation, which is a load of BS. That somehow at that advanced stage, when her organs are shutting down, that somehow the chemo that she'd had were kicked in, and actually, I recall reading reviews of Anita Mojani's book, and there were people saying, "Well, this kind of miracle stuff, miracle spreading miracles is dangerous. Dangerous. Can you believe it? This is dangerous to people, that she had this miraculous healing. So we don't want this kind of thing spreading." So there you see the threat to their thought system is considerably more fearful than the physical expression. So in those instances, those people would probably rather that she died of cancer than actually have the healing and have their thought system threatened. Obviously, if it was their cancer, some people would rather die of cancer than be miraculously healed and have their entire thought system turned upside down.
Yeah.
Because it's too scary for them. Who would they be? Who would they be if they weren't an individual person who was sick? If that's their identification, then they would rather die and be right about their personal identity, their special identity, than heal and be wrong and have their self-concept shown to them that it's false. Do you prefer to be right or happy? As Yeshua says in the Course, one of the most famous lines, do you prefer to be right or to be happy? So everyone who dies of some dread disease like cancer, heart attacks or strokes, has in fact made a choice to deny the light that would heal them, albeit an unconscious one. They don't know they've necessarily chosen it, but they have on some level.
But the physical body has to die sometime.
Yeah, it does. But we're talking about, you've died through illness. You've died through a premature illness or something. It doesn't just die of old age, where eventually the organs just fail or whatever. So in that instance, people would rather die and be right about their self-concept than heal and be shown that they're wrong, be proved wrong. And if you've ever seen someone who's very resistant to the truth, you'll see what he's saying is true. There are people like this. Okay, so does that make sense, that example?
Yes, it does. So 6, in this case, he is not really asking for release from fear, but for the removal of a symptom that he himself selected. This request is therefore not for healing at all.
Yeah. Does this example make sense?
Yeah.
He wants the person just wants the physical symptom removed, but they don't want their mind to be healed of its belief in separation, its false self-concept. So it's not for healing at all.
Can we just go into that a little bit further, John? So
Yeah.
I've got some ailment, but I'm resistant to the healing because it's going to threaten because I'm fearful of the healing. Because that's a threat to my thought system, my beliefs.
Yeah, and my self-concept. Right? My self-concept is threatened if I have a miraculous healing. Then how can I believe in this limited separate self that's sick and is governed by the physical laws when I've had a healing that's inexplicable?
I think I'm getting it in the sense of if I'm living in a space of being a victim, then I'm a victim. There's some form of ailment coming up, and to be healed, truth will oblige me to look at something and no longer be a victim. And I choose that I prefer to be a victim and suffer. Yeah.
I'd rather suffer physically
Yeah.
than deconstruct my identity, because that's more fearful to me. Who would I be without this illness? So particularly people who've had a long-term chronic illness, a huge resistance to being healed. You said, well, I'll heal you miraculously. Let's say Yeshua came and said, I'll heal you if you want to. They would find that very, very threatening and very, very fearful, because if you healed, who would you be then? If your identity is that you're a sick person and a victim and very disempowered, who would I be if I was suddenly well? Well, I'd have to be a different person. I wouldn't have the story of being sick anymore. I wouldn't get all the sympathy that I get. I might have to start taking responsibility for my life and maybe working and earning a living. Being healthy comes with a responsibility. I can no longer, I'm sick, so I can't do it. And so the healed state might be considerably more fearful to someone than the sickness and ongoing chronic illness and even death. They would rather die of it than be healed and have the discomfort of the undoing of their separate self concept.
Yeah. Okay. Good.
And so you see that often. I think that happens a lot with chronic diseases, and people have been got some of these dread diseases, cancer especially, that they would rather be right and die than be wrong and heal their minds. Now, some people would take umbrage at that. They say, well, that's too harsh and not acknowledging the the severity of the illness. But it's all self-created. Yeshua's teaching us that all disease and illness is self-created. So they've and especially things like cancer. It's the body attacking itself. It's entirely self-created. So it's coming from the mind. The mind turning inward on itself and attacking itself, and then that gets expressed in the body. So if you reverse that, as we see with Anita Mojani, she changed her mind fundamentally, and then her body healed because there was no longer a need to attack it.
Okay. Good.
Okay, so it was a clear example. I think pretty useful example, clear example. And if you're in healing, you have clients, then it's worth being aware of this. You might come across people who have exactly this.
I exactly do. But what I noticed today was when I was sitting with this thing that came up today, that was exactly what you just described, changing. It was a fear of me fundamentally changing. I was resistant to do it because I just didn't want to change that much. And even though I've done all this work and I feel like I'm so committed, there's still that layer of like, do I really want to do the next bit? So I appreciate John. It's deep work, very deep work.
Yeah, to acknowledge. If you can see that fear, then you can overcome it. You sat with it and you're like willing to just, okay, I'm not going to listen to the fear, so I'll sit with this and I won't distract myself and I'll allow it to process through. But a lot of people at this, if they've got a split in the mind like this, to just sit with something and be with it and go through a healing process is excruciating for them. They don't want to do it.
It would be excruciating to do on your own. Once it's got to the physical level, I mean, that's, there's a great deal of layers that's resisting that. So to do that on your own, it's a task, isn't it? I think that's why it sometimes works when you're working with somebody else, because they'll hold the space for you, won't they? And you can't run off because they say, right, I'm with you for an hour now, let's do it for an hour.
Yeah, so that's often, I mean, if they could heal themselves, they would have. So they can't. They often need, some assistance to go through a process, because it can be, if you're facing a deep-seated ego attachment to your self-concept, it can be excruciatingly uncomfortable, very, very uncomfortable to face that. And the ego is going to tell you, no, stop this right now, run away, do anything except face this. I remember I once had a retreat, and there was this lady who was an addict, and I shouldn't have actually, in hindsight, had her on. She was still addicted to cocaine. So she came. I was like, okay, well, let's start with some basic mindfulness, just a bit of meditation, 20 minutes, nothing major, just to kind of warm up on the first night. And it freaked her out completely. She ran away. That was it. She just couldn't sit with her. She said, I know what you're trying to do, but I can't do it. She couldn't just sit and watch her breath and observe her thoughts and emotions for 20 minutes. It was too excruciating, difficult. So she ran away. So it just shows you the level of resistance, some people.
I wonder how to break that down then when somebody's in that situation like she was. How could you help somebody break that down? Because every time you sit with it, she'd have her stuff come up and it would be really uncomfortable and she would want to run. So I wonder how you break that down into smaller steps.
Well, I sort of realized that she wasn't ready. My retreat was way, way beyond what she was ready for. That's why they have these rehab centers, and they don't just allow them to freely roam. They're kind of under lock and key, because they know that they'll run away. And they'll go back on the streets and they'll get their fix. And it's not, they're not in their right mind. They're not willing to just sit and go through the process of what I was going to take her through. She wasn't willing to do that. Well, then I can't help you, can I? So it was a good lesson. I realized, someone who's on that level, they need another kind of intervention. And that's why they have these rehab centers, and they have rules and stuff to work with them. And it's even then it's tricky. Often they don't succeed because the mind is so resistant to the healing that it just wants to run away and run back into that that same world that they're trying to escape. Apparently, run back into the drug world and seek solace there in their next fix, rather than face the really, it's going to be excruciating discomfort, not just on the the detox of the body, the withdrawal symptoms of the drug, but also facing that intense ego, which to get them into that position must be quite very strong to have caused them to go down that road. And then you've got to face it and sit with it and not move. And the ego is going to scream blue murder and say, no, whatever you do, don't go there, run away, distract yourself, go get your drug, do anything but this, because it's so uncomfortable. So yeah, I just accepted I maybe couldn't help her It was just beyond my ability to help someone in that position.
I think most of us have got areas that we don't want to go to, or else we'd probably fully awakened, wouldn't we? But I wonder if there's a case of just sitting with it just for 2 or 3 minutes every day, and then maybe, you know, building up to 4 or 5 minutes and just gradually kind of easing yourself through the ego stuff, rather than trying to do, you know, a full-on hour with something that's excruciating. Yeah, I'm just
I mean, you can't do an hour, do 10 minutes, and just try and sit with it for 10 minutes and see how that goes, and build it up. In the Vipassana, I mean, they just jump into the deep end. It's 12 hours a day, and there are these sittings of firm determination. So it's 1 hour at a time. Although they give you 4 days to get there, so they only say, okay, you're sitting for an hour and you can't move after 4 days, but you just dive in. And a lot of people do run away. Not everyone finishes the course. They just go, I can't handle this, so they leave the retreat midway through. Because it's, so to sit with something and just observe it and not run away is, well, it is the undoing of the ego, and the ego is not going to like that. And so, as its defense mechanism, it's going to try and convince you that what's good for you is to run away or distract yourself or do anything, but just sit with it and allow the whatever the ego thoughts and emotions to reveal themselves, and then just release them, which will happen. If you sit with it for long enough, you will release them, because they're not true and real. So they come up, they'll be processed, and then you're free of them. Yeah, so, he's what I like about it is she's very realistic. He's giving us situations that can and do happen in this world. And he's saying, this is a dynamic that can happen. So be aware of it in yourself and be aware of it in others. If you have patients, clients, you're in healing, then this may well happen. Okay, so I think that's summary done. Discussed that some length. So let's personalize this.
Let us suppose then that what I ask of the remembrance of perfect love is what I really want, but I am still afraid of it. Should this be the case, my attainment of it would no longer be what I want. This is why certain specific forms of healing are not achieved, even when the state of healing is. An individual may ask for physical healing because he is fearful of bodily harm. At the same time, if he were healed physically,
or personalized, so I may ask.
I may ask.
Why, and we'll make it active. This is why
I
may. This is why I may not.
certain
specific forms of healing
are not achieved. So,
even when the state of healing is.
I may ask. I may ask for physical
Not sure about. I mean, that's sort of a bit of a non sequitur, isn't it? Does that make sense to you? Looking at that in the context.
This is why. Oops, I can't see.
Even when the state of healing is.
The state of healing is. This is why I'm not achieved. Even when the state of healing is, yeah, it's a little bit vague for me anyway.
Well, it's kind of contradictory. Certain specific forms of feeling may not achieve certain specific forms of healing, even when the state of healing is.
Yeah.
Does that make sense?
Flowing. Just
The
doesn't
state of
seem-
healing, I mean, you're talking about your state of healing would be healing of the mind.
Yeah.
Even when the state of healing is, but you wouldn't have. Then the example he says, I may ask for physical healing, fearful of bodily harm. Same time you've healed physically, the threat to his thought system might be considerably more fearful in its expression. So, in that instance, the state of healing isn't. There's no healing of the mind. Removal. Well, this request is not for healing at all. I'm not sure about that. What do you think, John, Sally? Maybe we should just take that out. Does that, even when the state of healing is, make sense in the context of the rest of the paragraph to you?
I think I prefer to take it out, actually.
Yeah.
Well, it sort of contradicts what he goes on to say, doesn't it? Because there is no state of healing. If your mind is resisting because you're fearful of the change to your thought system, then the state of healing is certainly not achieved. So I don't know why he said it. So.
It didn't make sense when I read it a few
When
hours.
you read it earlier, yeah. So it might be one of those.
Yeah.
That's why I may not achieve certain specific forms of healing. Yeah. So that's clearer. Then we just take out the rest. I suppose we should.
I may ask for physical healing.
Take it out there as well.
Right. I may ask for physical healing because he is fearful of bodily harm. I am fearful of harm. At the same time, if I were healed physically, my threat to my thought system might be considerably more fearful to me than its physical expression. In this case, I am not really asking for release from fear, but for the removal of a symptom that he himself selected.
Yeah, that I myself.
Selected, therefore, this request is not for healing at all.
Yeah, do you want to read that from the top, Elaine? Make sure we're happy with it.
Yeah. Let us suppose then that what I ask for from the remembrance of perfect love is what I really want, but I am still afraid of it. Should this be the case, my attainment of it would no longer be what I want. This is why I am not achieved certain specific forms of healing. I may ask for physical healing because I am fearful of bodily harm. At the same time, if I were healed physically, the threat to my thought system might be considerably more fearful to me than its physical expression. In this case, I am not really asking for release from fear, but the removal of a symptom that I myself selected. Therefore, this request is not for my healing at all.
I'm just looking here. You could make this a bit smoother. So, for example, you say, for example, I may ask for physical healing because I'm fearful of bodily harm, but at the same time, I were healed physically, the threat to my thought system might be considerably more fearful to me than its physical expression. And threat to my thought system might be considerably more fearful to me than its physical expression. What's physical expression? its physical expression, physical healing.
Yeah.
More considerably more fearful to me. Yeah, okay. So it's my thought system is being threatened. Healing's physical, much more so than just the physical expression of healing. I'm fearful of the change in mind that this is going to bring about. In this case, I'm not really asking for release from fear, for the removal of a symptom that I myself selected. Therefore, this request is not for my healing at all, because healing is always of the mind. So I'm asking for healing in the body, specific to a certain symptom, body part, but I don't really want to change my mind. I just want the physical discomfort of whatever it is removed. So there's no healing of the mind, which is why he goes on and says, magic solutions don't work. Because although they may heal the body temporarily, they haven't healed the mind of its belief that it is a body, and that it's rooted in the body, and that various ailments can happen, and then you find some magic in the dream world to fix it.
Yeah.
Okay, so happy with that. Should we read? Will you read that for us, right? So just make yourself comfortable. Close your eyes, breathing in and out through your nose. Just allow these words to drop into your mind, a deeper mind. And just allow words to permeate in, and you're going to repeat them after laying in the gaps to really affirm their truth. So make sure you're muted. Okay, so take it away, Elaine.
Let us suppose, then, that what I ask from the remembrance of perfect love is what I really want, but I am still afraid of it. Should this be the case, my attainment of what it would no longer be what I want. This is why I may not achieve certain specific forms of healing. For example, I may ask for a physical healing because I am fearful of bodily harm, but at the same time, if I were healed physically, the threat to my thought system might be considerably more fearful to me than its physical expression. In this case, I am not really asking for release from fear, but for the removal of a symptom that I myself selected. Therefore, this request is not for my healing at all.
And so it is. All right. Okay. Stop that. Okay, moving swiftly on to number 3. You have to do you have to leave us, John? You said you had to go in an hour.
I've got to go in a couple of minutes, yeah.
Okay, yeah, thanks for joining. We'll probably be done by 9 o'clock. You said you could join in, but we'll probably be finished then. So
yeah. Well, I'll listen to the recording actually, because there's some interesting paragraphs coming up.
yes, yeah, great. Yeah, I'll post it out. You can also listen in on YouTube if you can.
Yeah. Okay. Thanks, Jono. Thanks, Sally. Thanks, Elaine.
Okay,
See
bye,
you.
John.
Thanks,
Bye.
John. Bye-bye. All right, so number 3. The Bible emphasizes, Sally, I think this one's yours.
Yeah. The Bible emphasizes that all prayer is answered, and this is indeed true. Change. The very fact that the Holy Spirit's been asked for anything will ensure a response.
And alternatively,
Very fact, the remembrance of perfect love has been asked for anything will ensure a response.
read the rest in the
Yes.
alternative.
Yet it is equally certain that no response given by it will ever be the one that would increase fear. It is impossible that its answer will not be heard. It is impossible, however, that it may be lost. It is impossible. It is impossible, however, that it will be lost. Lost, I don't understand that. What will be lost?
Impossible it will be lost. The answer.
The answer will not be
Possible its answer will not be heard, so the ego can drown out the Holy Spirit's answer. However, it is impossible that its answer, however, it is impossible that, shall we say, the answer, there's lots of it's going on.
the answer.
However, it is impossible that the answer will be lost.
Okay. There are many answers you have already received but have not yet heard. What's that saying? Is that like saying you've received them into your energy and that you could pick them up at any time?
You've already received the answer, but you haven't heard it. You haven't acknowledged it. So it's there. You might have been given it. You might have heard a teaching. You might have had an intuition, something, but you haven't really heard it.
Haven't acknowledged it. So you might then later on go, oh, okay, that's come to me before. Yeah, okay, yeah.
Even if it was your own insight. Yeah, you could have denied it. There's many examples of people who've had some profound insight and then they forget it. They forget the answer. So they've actually received it, but they've forgotten the answer. And then they need to be reminded. And then at some point, if they start down the track of awakening again, they go, oh, actually, I did know that. I did get an answer like this before, and I just forgot it. I chose not to listen. You've not yet heard the answer. So we have to be receptive. So I'll give you a good example of that. When I was starting out on this path, I was very much in the personal growth. It was all about goal setting, and my whole orientation was future based. And then I read the first chapter, I think it was, of The Power of Now. So just after it had been published, and some guy had given it as a freebie, just the first chapter on his mailing list. And I kind of read it and I was like, yeah, okay, it's sort of interesting, but it didn't really kind of resonate. I just didn't drop in on any kind of deep level. So I forgot about it. I had the answer, but I'd forgotten. And then maybe a year later, I was in a more receptive state. And then I started getting much more into it, and I started reading The Power of Now. It was like, oh, wow, I'm just starting to really see how powerful this is, that actually I've never really been present for my life because I've always been in the future. It was a revelation. I was like, but I read this a year ago, and why didn't it drop in then? Why didn't I have the same kind of awakening that I had when I read it subsequently? Because I wasn't ready, that's all. So I had the answer. I'd already received it, but I didn't hear it.
So that's the classic, all the answers are within us.
And I'd already, on the level of form, I'd already read something. I'd read a teaching that was very helpful. And that was a big part of my kind of awakening journey and moving out of that whole personal growth mindset and It's all about what you achieve and future orientation into this kind of teaching, being much more present. It's about awareness, now, and forget the future. The power of now was a major kind of opening into that. But I wasn't ready for it, even though I'd received the answer. I'd read the first paragraph. It didn't resonate because I wasn't ready for it a year earlier or whatever. So there's a classic example. I'd received the answer, but I just didn't hear it until I was ready. But he says, I show you that they're waiting for you. So it was still waiting for me. It was just waiting for me to be ready to hear it.
Interesting.
Yeah. I guess you could extrapolate that to your whole life. You know everything already. The answer's within you. What did I say the other day, Sally? I said, you are the answer.
Yeah.
You are the answer. Because the answer is your true self. It's your true awareness. So it's already there. But we're not necessarily ready to listen to that answer all at once. So it takes some time to unfold it. And so the answers are all waiting for you, just waiting for you to be receptive enough to receive them.
So maybe the prayer is to allow me to hear it, allow me to know it.
Yeah. The miracle worker's prayer is just that. Let me remove the blocks to the awareness of love's presence, and let me hear the answers that are waiting for me. And the only thing that's blocking you is your ego that doesn't want you to hear them. So hence we come back to the letting go methodology. You let go of the blocks to the awareness of love's presence, and then you become aware of it and you hear the answers. So that presence speaks to you in many ways. It can speak in words, like through the course. It can give you specific guidance in your mind. You can get thoughts. You can have feelings, intuitions. It'll speak to you in a way that's helpful for you.
Or meet people where they say it in a different way, so you hear it again.
Yeah.
Sometimes you need to hear something
people
3 times, don't you, before you go, oh, right, I've heard that before. Okay, it's sinking in now.
So it can come in many different ways, but you have to be receptive. It's interesting that they say that in quantum physics that there is no sound until there's a receiver of the sound. Until someone perceives it, it doesn't really exist. It requires a perceiver to come into existence and being. So the answers only come into existence when you perceive them, you receive them.
That's a bit like when we ask you a question, you kind of you pull on that energy around you, don't you? And you bring in the answer that wasn't really in form, wasn't in a word form. You kind of created it into word form, answering the question, weren't you? Yeah, sorry, it makes sense to me.
Yeah, so it's like a download. You just, I don't know, it just comes. The words come. Somehow thought gets translated into words, and the Holy Spirit's doing it all. I just seem to be a good channel because I have the gift of the gab. I can speak, so it's like just it uses that to express whatever the answer is in hopefully a helpful way for people.
And it works well for you when somebody asks you a question, because then you're able to retrieve that information. So that it makes
I enjoy questions because it's actually that's how you learn. You're teaching yourself. So sometimes I'll say things. I'm like, oh, okay, that was interesting. I mean, there's no pre-planning. It just came, and I haven't had that question before. I haven't answered in that way. And so you start to understand that the Holy Spirit's always there. You just got to tap in and allow it. And so the more you allow that, the more tapped in you become. As you give it, you receive it. So For me, I think what's really taken my understanding of this course to another level is teaching it like this. It's like, okay, over and over, you're going to teach it and you're going to get questions, and it just, you have to you learn it then. So it's inevitable if you're doing that. So that's the advantage of having some kind of teaching or healing function, is that you learn what you're teaching more thoroughly because you're teaching it. And you're actually explaining to yourself, like, I explained something and then say, oh, okay, well, I maybe hadn't thought of it that way before. And then it's just come out spontaneously, and then there it is for everyone. So in the same way, we all have, these answers are within us, and it's just about getting out of the way and allowing those answers to come through us, and to hear them, and then maybe to express them as well, depending on what your calling is. But just to hear them is to get out of the way and say, okay, I'm not really in charge here. There's no separate self who's blocking this. Okay, so let me summarize this. What's he saying in summary of number 3?
That whenever we ask, we receive, and even if we're not ready to hear it, it will be there for us to hear when we're ready to hear it.
Yeah, the answer is never lost. So everything's stored up. It can never be lost. Loss and sacrifice are ideas of the ego. You can't ever lose truth. It's all there. Doesn't matter how much the ego might try and obliterate it. It's all there, just ready to be downloaded when you need it. So that idea, the matrix idea of, well, you just download what you need when you're ready, is a nice one. The answer's there. It's all in the quantum field, right? In mind. It's all the answers are there, and you just got to be a receptive channel so that you can tap in and you can download what you need when you need it. But it's all there. And that's quite a nice way of thinking of it, because then you can never feel alone. Like, well, it's all there. Any program I want is there. It's all available in mind. And I can just download what I need when I need it. And, that's the Holy Spirit's guidance then, to bring into your awareness exactly what you need when you need it.
Yeah, very comforting.
Yeah. Okay, and so let's personalize this. So the Bible emphasizes that all prayer is answered, and this is indeed true.
The Bible emphasizes that all my prayers are answered. No, maybe not. Bring that in later.
No, I think let's leave that, because could personalize it, that all my prayers. Bible emphasizes that all my prayers are all prayer. No, I think let's keep it as a general. Bible says that all prayer is answered, and this is indeed true.
The very
because
fact,
it's a general principle.
yeah, the very fact that the remembrance of perfect love has been asked for anything will ensure I receive a response.
So the very fact that, so we'll just make it active rather than passive tense. The very fact that it has been asked. I have asked.
Very fact that I have asked for anything, the remembrance of perfect love has ensured my...
From the remembrance of perfect love will ensure a response.
Okay.
Do we need the very fact that I've asked? Maybe just when I ask for anything.
Yeah, when I ask for anything, the remembrance of perfect love will ensure a response. Yet it is.
When I ask for remembrance of perfect love, when I ask for remembrance of perfect love or anything,
Will be ensured
I can be sure
of a response.
of a response. Yeah, much nicer. What we're trying to do is more active. Right? There's a lot of passive tense, passive case, whatever you call it, in the course. So we can make it more active. It's just it's a lot easier, especially if you're saying it in the first person. It's much more powerful. When you say when I ask rather than when the Holy Spirit is asked.
Yeah, much better. Yet it is equally certain that no response given by it will ever be one that would increase my fear.
Okay, that no response given by it will ever be one that would increase.
It is possible that its answer will. It's possible I will not hear its answer.
Well, it's possible that.
However, it is impossible that the answer would be lost. I would lose the answer. The answer would be lost. It's fine, isn't it? There are many answers I have already received.
How about we'll say, I will lose the answer. It's better. It's impossible that I will lose. It's impossible for me to lose the answer. That's even better.
Yeah, better. There are many answers I have already received, but have not yet heard.
Many answers I've already received.
I am assured that they are waiting for me.
Yeah, so Yeshua. See, but I've not yet heard. Yeshua shows me. Maybe just they are waiting. I've already heard, but I've not yet heard. Many answers I've already received, but have not yet heard. But I've not yet heard.
And are waiting for me.
Already received, but I've not yet heard. And they are waiting for me. Yeah, that's quite nice. I'll just read it from the top, make sure it's all.
The Bible emphasizes that all prayer is answered, and this is indeed true. When I ask the remembrance of perfect love for anything, I can be sure of a response. Yet it is equally certain that no response given by it will ever be one that would increase my fear. It is possible I will not hear its answer. However, it is impossible for me to lose the answer. There are many answers I have already received, but have not yet heard. They are waiting for me. Lovely, isn't it?
Yeah. Just much smoother and more accessible, I think, in the first person to hopefully make an impact on someone's mind. So do you want to read it for us in the first person? So Elaine, just close your eyes, allow these words in, get into a nice deep rhythmical breathing pattern. Allow the words into a deeper part of your mind and just repeat them after Sally aloud, so make sure you're muted. Okay, so just take it away.
The Bible emphasizes that all prayer is answered. And this is indeed true. When I ask the remembrance of perfect love for anything, I can be sure of a response. Yet it is equally certain that no response given by it will ever be one that would increase my fear. It is possible I will not hear its answer. However, it is impossible for me to lose the answer. There are many answers I have already received, I have not yet heard, and they are waiting for me. There it is.
Thanks, Sally. Well read. Okay, moving swiftly on to number 4 then.
Sorry, I've got to go now. I've got to run a workshop. Sorry, Elaine. Over to you, Elaine.
You're coming back, I hope.
Depends on our own.
No, I've got a few hours to do now. I'll see you
Yeah.
tomorrow.
Yeah,
See you tomorrow.
tomorrow Sally will
Bye,
do
Sally.
I'm flying to Cape Town in the evening, but I'll do a session at lunchtime. It'll be at 12:30.
Okay,
Sure.
yeah, do that. Yeah, all right. See you then.
Okay,
Bye, Sally.
Okay, bye.
bye.
You're going to South Africa tomorrow?
Yeah. I'm
Oh,
catching
right.
an evening flight. So, but I'll be able to do 12:30 till about 3:30, and then I've got to
Of course, yeah. No,
Right.
it's you've
catch
got
a
a
train to London.
long way away, isn't it? 12 hours?
What the flight?
Yeah.
Direct, yeah. It's about 11 hours and 40 minutes or something to Cape Town, but yeah, I'm going to catch a connecting, so it'll take longer.
Right. Oh,
So it's
right.
about half the price if you catch a so one stop rather than go direct. It's a lot cheaper.
Got you. Yes. Yes. It's better value. Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah, well, for a few hours, it's 15 hours as opposed to 12 hours. So you save 3 hours.
So at least they have only 2 hours difference to the UK. Is that right?
It's actually 1 hour at the moment. Yeah.
Oh,
It's
that's
1 hour.
not too bad. It's when they've got
Yeah.
8 hours or 12 hours, then it's, yeah.
Yeah, I mean, there's no jet lag. It's
Oh,
basically
that's okay. That's
virtually
okay.
the same time. So it's a very small
That's
small
okay.
adjustment. Only an hour. Yeah. So
Yeah.
good. And I have a place that doesn't have. Well, there will be load shedding, but they have power backup, so I'll have internet.
Oh, good. Good.
Good where I'm staying. Kim's actually organised it. Very kind.
Oh, that's
He had her
nice
husband
to
had
have
some
help. Yeah.
free credit for a place, for five nights. Just said, well, it's going to expire soon, so you may as well use it.
Oh, right.
So I was like, okay, well,
Good.
clearly I'm being guided to go there.
Yes.
To
Oh, yes. That's good.
I'll
isn't
just
it?
fly directly there, and then I'm going to meet
Right.
Kim and Christine. So we're going to do
Oh,
a
nice.
Sunday session at
So like
Christine's party.
together. Oh, that would be nice. Oh, you'll have to let me know where. I'll make sure I'm there.
Yeah, it'll be Sunday afternoon. Yeah. Sunday afternoon, probably.
right? I'll make sure that's clear.
Yeah, we need to just check the load shedding schedule because they have this thing called load shedding. So
Yeah, you were
once,
saying.
yeah, probably around now I can probably check it Wednesday. It's a few days in advance. Can change, of course, but they publish it, and so you can see what the schedule is, and then I'll schedule it outside of the load shedding. So we'll have an uninterrupted 4 or 5 hours,
Right.
Sunday
right.
afternoon.
Okay.
So yeah, watch the space. I'll let you know.
Yes. No, I will do. Yeah, please. Yeah.
But I'm going to do it as a kind of Course in Miracles introductory session.
Right.
So there'll
And
be
hear about your adventures. So that would be good. Yeah.
yeah. So we'll talk about the metaphysics and that descent into hell, and there'll be people there, but I'll have Zoom set up so you can see it as well. I might even have a flip chart or a board or something.
Right. Oh, good. Yeah.
So
Very
it'll be
interesting. Yeah.
old style talk, before the days of Zoom. I these kinds of talks with flip charts and
The old-fashioned way. Sometimes you can't beat it. Yeah.
whiteboards and stuff.
Yeah. The good old-fashioned way. Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. So should we
Okay.
crack on? How much time do you have, Elaine?
Well, I do need to have a break. I can come back, but at around just after 6, I do need to do my chores, and then I can come back at 7, if that's possible.
Okay. Is possible, yeah.
Right.
Would
Yeah.
be
So
helpful for me to have a break as well. So we could
Right.
we could
Resume.
do that.
Yep.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, we could resume it at an
7.
hour later. So shall we do another well, let's see, another paragraph, maybe 2, and then we'll have an intermission. It's also
Yeah.
good to have a bit of a break because it's
Yeah.
a long
True.
time.
Right.
Okay. So
So-
if you would know your prayers are answered.
So in the original as well. Okay. If you would know your prayers are answered, never doubt a son of God. And if you would know your prayers are answered, never doubt an extension of pure, formless awareness of perfect love.
Extension of perfect love.
And do not question him and do not confound him, for your faith in him is your faith in yourself, which is the same.
Yeah. You're not questioning him. This is a profound teaching. It's so hard to do. Do not question your brother, even if they're speaking nonsense. Do not confound him.
Yeah.
Confound means, let's have a look.
It's not a word that you see regularly, is it?
It's not a common word at all. Stop that. So confound meaning. Cause surprise or confusion in someone, especially by not according with their expectations.
Right.
Mix up something with something else. So cause surprise or confusion in someone.
Right.
Especially by not according with their expectations. No, that's
Right.
do not confound him. So we could explain that. Confound, I suppose someone can just look up the meaning of the word confound. Do not confuse someone.
That's a more common word.
Do not question him and do not confuse him.
Yeah.
More understandable. Your faith in him is your faith in yourself. Faith in her.
Is your faith in yourself.
Yeah. It's your faith in your capital self, shall we say. So as you see them, as you see the other person, so you see yourself. You don't have faith in them. You're really saying, well, I doubt the truth in them. I doubt the true self. So I'm denying my own self, my own true self in doing that.
And that
Doubting first.
applies to anybody, somebody with like a mental disability, or I mean,
Yeah, I mean it's a challenging teaching to apply, but he's saying we must try and transcend our ego's misperceptions of everyone, even if they're in an illusion and they're believing in the ego, which does happen frequently.
yeah,
Do not question him and do not confuse him. Do not confuse her. So you need to be consistent. Or your faith in her is your faith in yourself, because as you see that person and as you behave towards them, so you see yourself. Your own self-concept is behind how you perceive and treat that person.
despite their, age and, disabilities, we're all the same. Yeah.
Yeah, ultimately we are. So the illusion is that there's these differences, and that someone is confused and they might be aged and they might have dementia. But your job is still to perceive them as they truly are, as the Christ.
Right.
Because when you can do that, then you perceive yourself as that.
Yeah. And somebody a year or two old as well. I mean, obviously the other end of the spectrum. Yeah.
Yeah, because it's the same essence in everyone.
Yeah.
So don't be confused by the covering over that essence. The form, the person's physical body and their persona and their form identity and whatever seeming dysfunctions or coverings over that true essence seem to be there. Don't confuse yourself by making those real. It's a high level teaching to really do this. You have to correct your mind continuously, because it's so tempting to judge people. You go, well, look, my body's eyes, my senses tell me that this person is whatever. They're doing something, they're saying something, they're out of alignment with spirit. Then I judge that as real. And all of that denies our true self. It denies the source of our being when we do that. Because now we're in the illusion of that there's another self, that there's this false, self-concept going on. See?
Yeah.
So that's why he emphasizes, the course it emphasizes, we must perceive people correctly in order to heal our own minds. It's a prerequisite.
Right. Despite the form, whether it's young or old or whatever,
Yeah. Irrespective of the form, of what the form is showing us.
Yeah. Right.
Okay, so important point. That's why there's so much emphasis on relationships in the course.
Right. If you would know pure formless awareness of perfect love and its answer, believe in me, whose faith in you cannot be shaken.
I'm just going to change this very quickly. Do not question anyone and do not instead of him, her, I'm trying to avoid that. So we're going to use general. Do not question anyone and do not confuse them. For your faith in them is your faith in yourself. If you actually lived that teaching, I mean, the simple line, if you actually lived that, you would be a saint. On the level of Yeshua, being able to actually live this.
Yeah.
And so if you would know pure formless awareness of perfect love and its answer, believe in me, whose faith
and you cannot be shaken.
So if you would know, you want to know. Pure formless one is the perfect love, and its answer, believe in me, whose faith in you cannot be shaken. So believing in Yeshua, who has this, doesn't matter what we seemingly do in the dream world, he has this unshakable faith in our true self, our true identity, never wavers from it.
Yeah.
Which is unconditional love. Doesn't matter what we do, he doesn't judge us.
Right.
Okay, so can
you ask of the remembrance of perfect love truly endow your companion?
can you ask?
Remembrance of perfect love truly endow your companion. Yeah. Which is what you were talking about. Yeah.
Can you ask the remembrance of perfect love truly? Let's just say for anything. Can you ask the remembrance of perfect love for anything truly? And still doubt your companion. Still doubt. Still doubt another person. Again, emphasizing. Can you really ask
That's
for
good.
true
That's
guidance and the remembrance of perfect love, and still doubt anyone? Now, even if that person is talking rubbish and they're in illusion, that your job is to see the essence in it, to see the truth in that, through that.
Yeah.
So you don't believe in that in their own misperception. They might be lost in their ego and misperceive who they are and be behaving accordingly. But you don't doubt them because you see beyond that. You see your true self.
Right.
See the true self in them.
Right. That's a hard one, but yeah.
But it's profoundly effective, because what you're doing then is you're denying that the ego exists.
Mm-hmm.
By not seeing it in the other person when it seems to be there, you're denying that it exists.
Right. Yeah.
And so that's how we forgive or let go of our belief,
Right. Mm-hmm.
our false belief that's binding us here.
Yeah, got to work on that one. Yeah.
Yeah, this is a major practice he's telling us here, to actually do this.
Mm. Yeah. Well,
practically speaking, you'd still have some discernment, so you don't necessarily, someone says, well, give me your bank account details. You don't know. You're not necessarily just going to hand them over,
yeah.
Because there's a doubt there of, okay, well, I get it, on that level, they might not be in their right mind. They might be a scammer trying to steal money from me. But my job is still to perceive the person correctly.
Yeah.
Okay, but I know that that's an illusion. So I may not, on the level of form, listen to them and do what they ask me to.
Right. Yeah.
But I correct my mind in this process, and I recognize that they are still the Christ.
Yeah.
But you can see how if we use all of our interactions with other people in this way, it's going to be profoundly healing for us. Our mind is being systematically corrected. Our own beliefs are being corrected by the way that we perceive and then treat other people.
Oh yeah, and I can see the potential for it. Yeah, amazing. But it's going to be tough one. Yeah,
Well, it is and it isn't. You can always, or a lot of people look at this and go, well, that's not doable, and I can't do that because I'll be taken advantage of. You know, people who will take advantage of my naivety and my gullibility, and I could be scammed. I could be, you know, used by many people, and I'm going to be hardly done by. So this is all ego defense. But actually, if you correct your perception of anyone, you see them correctly, you may still get the guidance. So these people say, you know, it doesn't want you to be hurt. It's not going to put you in harm's way. You still get the guidance. Okay, well, don't necessarily, you know, let's talk about an internet scammer. Don't necessarily give the person your credit card details. Not helpful.
Just not going with thinking
don't
of the
do
ego.
that, but still in your mind perceive that person as they truly are, beyond the illusion of the scammer who's trying to steal money from you. Perceive that this is a cry for love. The person is actually confused and lost, and underneath that there is pure formless oneness of perfect love.
Yeah.
And you may never meet the person. You probably won't if they're, you know, a scammer who's emailed you or something. You won't. But you can do the correction in your mind.
Yeah. Yeah.
And so that's the most important point. It's to correct your mind. It's all mind training. How you perceive the other person is also how you will perceive yourself.
Mm.
So you want to be the Christ, you must perceive that Christ everywhere. And then you become the Christ. You perceive the Christ everywhere. And we saw that with Yeshua in those examples. It was exemplary. It was like, well, he became the Christ because he perceived that in everyone and everything. And he didn't misperceive. Even if a leper or someone came, and most people would look on the lepers as outcasts in society, and they were feared and hated and despised, and they want to keep them away from us because they make us sick, and they remind us of how, you know, miserable the human condition can be. And everyone was terrified that they might get infected and then become a leper. And he just didn't buy that. He just didn't see them in that way. So part of the healing, the reason why he healed them, is because there was an unconditional love and acceptance. They felt that. So if someone's actually willing to come up to me and speak to me and touch me, I can't be unworthy. You see, I'm not abandoned. I'm not rejected. And in that flow of love that was released, and you know, there's a healing can happen.
Yeah. Mm-hmm. Yeah. No, I understand. Yeah.
Okay, so carry on with number 4. Where were we? Believe its words are true.
Oh yeah. Believe its words are true because of the truth that is in him.
The truth that is in the let's just say in your spelled out, the truth that is in truth that is in them. Okay, so you get that.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Yeah. And you will unite, or just need to, bring that up. You will unite with the truth in him, and its words will be true. And yeah. As you hear.
Maybe just because of the remembrance. So perfect love's words will be true. As you hear him, you will hear me.
I'll just
As you hear,
as you hear your companion, you will hear me. Listening to truth is the only way you can hear it now and finally know it.
truth is the only way you can hear it now. And finally know it. It's the only way you can hear it now. Okay, listening to truth. So you hear your companion, you'll hear me. Listening to truth is the only way. Hear it. So what does it mean by hear it? Only way you can hear it now. Those will be true. These words are true because of the truth that is in them. In him. Truth is the only way you can hear it. I think he must be referring to truth. Listening to truth is the only way you can
Hear it. The truth, yeah. Yeah, that sounds.
To hear it now.
And finally know it. The truth, yeah.
You can. So you can hear. Yeah, and finally. Anyway, you can hear. You finally know it's now. Okay. So, what is he saying here in summary?
Well, never doubt the extensions of the perfect love, and don't question anyone despite their form, and don't get confused, and listening to the truth is the only way you can hear it and finally know it.
Yeah, I think a key point is as you perceive and you treat another person, so you will perceive and treat yourself. That's really the key point of the paragraph.
Yeah, which is in the Bible, isn't it? To treat your neighbor as thyself. Yeah.
Yeah, the golden rule. Love your neighbor as yourself.
Yeah, that one. Yes.
Them as yourself, because as you treat them, so you treat yourself.
Yeah.
And truth is, we don't, because we don't know ourselves, we deny our true self, and we treat them as alien and strangers. We treat them as other than us, when in fact they're not other. They are us. The way we treat them is the way we actually treating our true self in that moment. So you deny them, you question them, you confuse them, you attack them. You're doing that to yourself. Real time, because those are the thoughts and emotions that you're experiencing as you do it.
Yeah. Oh yeah. No, I get that.
Okay, so it's the summary done. Let's personalize it, and then I think we'll make this the last one. Then you want to take a break.
Yeah. Resume at 7.
7.
Yeah.
Okay. Fine. Yeah.
Okay,
so
if I would know my prayers are answered, never doubt an extension of perfect love, do not question anyone and do not confuse them, for my faith in them
I do not question anyone
Yeah,
and do not
yeah.
confuse them, for my faith in them.
And I do not, is that right? Where anyone and I do
Do not
con-
question anyone and do not confuse them.
Okay,
Yeah,
do not.
the eyes are
Yeah.
there. For my
Yeah,
faith
yeah.
in them is my faith in myself.
Yeah.
That is my
Uh,
faith.
In myself.
Yeah.
If I want to know pure formless awareness of perfect love, and its answer, believe in me, believe in
Believe in Yeshua. If I want to know pure formless awareness of perfect love and its answer, I
believe in Yeshua.
should. Not I should, but say I. Believe in Yeshua. Believe in Yeshua. Faith in me cannot be shaken.
Can I ask? The remembrance perfect love for anything truly and still doubt another person. Believe its words are true because the truth that is in them.
I'm just wondering, let's just have a look. Believe his words are true, right? Okay, so let's just fix that. Believe and true, still doubt. Believe their words are true because of the truth that is in them. We unite with the truth in them. Okay, so I'll just fix that up. Believe their words are true because of the truth that is in them. You will unite with the truth in them. And the remembrance of perfect love's words will be true. Will be true for you. I think that would make sense.
Yeah.
Okay, so I will believe.
Its words are true because I believe its words are true because the truth that is in them.
I believe their words. So even if someone is lying, I can still do this.
Mm.
Still believe their words are true on a deeper level.
Yeah.
So it might be a call for love. I'm seeing, okay, they're lying, but actually there's a deeper call for love. So I'm still perceiving that underneath it all, their words are true.
Mm.
But it does take some mind training to acknowledge that. Unite truth in them, the remembrance of perfect love's words will be true for you. As you hear your companion, you will hear me. And truth is the only way you can find know. Okay. Where are we? Can I ask remembrance of perfect love for anything true and still doubt another person? I believe their words are true because of the truth that is in them.
I will unite.
I will unite with the truth in them. And the remembrance of perfect love's words will be true
for me.
for me.
As I hear my companion, I will hear me.
I will hear Yeshua.
Oh, yeah, Yeshua, yeah. Listening to the truth is the only way I can and finally know it now.
Oh yeah, listen to the truth is the only way I can. Only way I can hear Yeshua. And finally, truth is the only way I can hear Yeshua. And finally know.
That's, yeah, that's
Better.
more
Finally
clear,
know.
yeah.
I know the truth now. Okay. I want to read that from the top, make sure we're happy with it.
Yeah. If I would know my prayers are answered, I never doubt an extension of perfect love. I do not question anyone and do not confuse them, for my faith in them is my faith in myself. If I want to know pure formless of perfect love and its answer, I believe in Yeshua, whose faith in me cannot be shaken. Can I ask the remembrance of perfect love for anything truly and still doubt another person? I believe their words are true because of the truth that is in them. I will unite with the truth in them, and the remembrance of perfect love's words will be true for me. As I hear my companion, I will hear Yeshua. Listening to truth is the only way I can hear Yeshua and finally know the truth now.
Okay. So can you hear dogs kicking off there?
Yeah, I'm just
shall
going to open the door.
read this?
Yeah, because they're ready for their.
You're going to have
Yeah,
much stuff
yeah,
there.
they need their yes.
Does he want to walk?
They do, yes. I think they're ready for the loo. Yeah, yeah. So
Okay. So just mute yourself and I'll read it to you and just repeat after me. In the gaps. Okay. So take a nice deep breath in. Try and just block out that noise, find a nice calm space. Insulate yourself from whatever's going on in your environment. Keep watching your breath as I speak, and then just say these words aloud to yourself as I speak them in the gaps that I leave. If I want to know my prayers are answered, I should never doubt an extension of perfect love. And do not question anyone, and do not confuse them. For my faith in them is my faith in myself. Self with a capital S. If I want to know pure form's awareness of perfect love and its answer, I must believe in Yeshua. whose faith in me cannot be shaken. Can I ask the remembrance of perfect love for anything truly and still doubt another person? I believe their words are true because of the truth that is in them. I will unite with the truth in them and the remembrance of perfect love's words will be true for me. As I hear my companion, I will hear Yeshua. Listening to truth is the only way I can hear Yeshua and finally know the truth now. And so it is. Okay, so do you want to leave it there then? We can reconvene in an hour, if you like, at 7 o'clock. There's another, what are we? I think it's 12 paragraphs. There's another 7 to go. Yeah. Okay. Another 8 to go. Eight paragraphs to go. So let's see how we go. So
Right.
do you want to join again at 7 or 7:30 or?
So we'll say about probably 7:15 would be, I'll be finished by then, yeah. 7:15, yeah, 7:30, that sort of time, yeah.
Okay,
Yeah.
so should we say 7:30 then, just to be safe?
Okay then, yeah.
Okay, all right, great. So I'll see you a little bit later.
See you a bit later. Okay. Bye. Namaste. Bye.
Bye for now. Okay, so we're gonna reconvene in an hour or so, hour and 20 minutes, 7:30, and we'll then finish this section. So I'm going to stay connected in Zoom. Hopefully it won't disconnect. And I'll see you all shortly. Okay, so Namaste. So yeah, we're going to be reconvening at 7:30 UK time. That's 8:30 South African time. So join us in the Zoom room then if you can, or on the live stream. I'll stay connected to the live stream on YouTube so that the recording doesn't get interrupted. Hopefully Zoom will stay connected. We'll just have to come sure that it doesn't disconnect in 40 minutes. Okay, so speak to you soon. See you a little bit later this evening, I hope. just mute myself. All right, can you hear me? Hi there. Okay. Here we go.
Okay, I can hear you now.
Hmm.
Hi,
How are you doing?
I'm doing fine. I see I have a sunset behind me.
Yes, you do. That a virtual background.
Yeah,
Very nice. Is that hot bay?
yes, it is.
Yeah, looks like it.
Yes, so you got my address and you've got some idea of where you're coming. Do you want to ask me any questions about the venue?
Yeah, maybe.
Well,
Yeah. How big is it and things like that, and Wi-Fi. There's Wi-Fi there presumably, and because I want to run it as one of our sessions.
yes, so 12:30 until 4, electricity will be on. So you'll have Wi-Fi during that time.
Okay. Let's
It's,
start at 12:30.
yeah. What do you think?
Yeah. No, definitely. That's 3.5 hours, and then maybe after that we could do a holotropic breathing session. You don't necessarily need Wi-Fi for that, and I'll put it out to the group, and when you put it out to your people, I can put together a little something on Eventbrite, which you can then send to them so they can book and etc. on there. I've done that before for these kinds of things. Just wanted to confirm the time first. So yeah, 12:30. So that'll be 11:30 your time, Elaine. Just so you know. Elaine, it'll be 11:30 your time.
Okay, I was a little bit more scared.
Hi, everyone.
What's wrong?
Sorry.
Why I mixed them?
Hello, everybody.
Are you?
Sorry, I'm
Are
just
you, Elaine?
getting involved with the cats again.
Right.
You're going to think
Okay.
I'm obsessed. It's just this particular season, springtime,
Yeah.
like the lambs,
Yeah.
It's the
Yeah.
time of the kitten season and the young of, So sorry,
Yeah. It's okay.
I'll be more serious now.
So 11:30 on Sunday. That's the plan. It's to start our session on Sunday at 11:30.
Yeah, that should be fine.
Yeah,
Because I
we
appreciate you have internet problems at where you're going.
Yeah, well, power problems, but that'll be 3.5 hours clear, so that's enough time to do quite a decent session. And then I thought maybe we could do a holotropic breathing as well session
Yeah, that's a good idea.
to close it out. So
Yeah,
yeah,
a good idea.
hmm.
That's a good time to do it because the last was in the evening. I think it was about 9 o'clock, and of course I was full of energy. So
Yeah.
I may well have gone out for the evening because it wasn't sort of what you do before you go to bed. Yeah. So it was very energetic for me personally.
Yeah.
Obviously, everybody's different.
Yeah. Yeah. So that's great, Christine. If you could send me the address of where it is, and then I'll put that out on Eventbrite so that people can book and they know where the location is and etc. And then you can send that link to your friends in your network and put it out there and ask them to book.
Yeah.
I must explain that it's difficult to find and it's complicated to get in because he doesn't have doorbells and the normal run-of-the-mill cosmopolitan upmarket residence.
Right. Okay.
But I suppose with GPS, people will find it. I don't expect many people will come other than the small group of people.
Yeah, I mean, you'll put it out to your friends and family, people who are interested. So if you can send me some.
Nobody's interested. Nobody's interested. I've sent it out to three of my local friends in Cape Town, and they haven't responded. Freddie said he would join if he's in town, but he's got a farm out in the Cedarburg in the Karoo, and he's just come back from it, and he might have to go back next weekend, so we can't count on him coming.
Okay. Well.
Best that you meet at my house, and I'll take you there, or maybe even the day before on Friday, so that you can meet and see the setup. It's basically wooden benches, and we're trying to get soft cushions for people to sit on. But there's a big table, but we could sit about 10 people.
Okay.
And there's the sound of water, because there's water fountains in little ponds with fish in it around, and wind chimes, and a lot of sound effects and nature, and of course birds.
I
don't think
Sounds lovely.
I don't think the frogs will be chirping during the day, but
Christine, are you flying?
Marie.
Is Christine flying? Because I can't. Are you flying somewhere, Christine? You look like you're moving.
No, I'm lying in my bed with I don't
A
know
virtual
what that
background.
virtual
It
background.
looks like you're flying.
Yeah.
It looks really funny.
It is hot day. I can't get out of the way, but
You're on the magical carpet. How funny. Yeah, and it does. It looks like you're up in the sky and you're on a carpet or something.
I'm balancing my cell phone. My cell phone has got no electricity at the moment,
Oh,
and that's why you can't really see me.
right.
But I do have a what do you call these things? Energy saving bulb.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, they're handy. We have them in Spain. We used to get a lot of power cuts here also. Not so many these days.
Interesting.
Interesting.
Yeah.
And also, Elaine, I empathize with you with the kittens. I love kittens.
Oh, do you?
I have a chinchilla Persian.
Oh, wow.
Who
Lovely.
I bred with many years ago, and
Beautiful.
sold her kittens, so I know what it's like to have these batches of kittens, and you fall in love with them, and then you've got to let them go.
Yes.
So,
yeah, you know the one. Yes, we do get attached, but this course is there to teach me to let them go. However, I've just been to see the 6 that I had. I think you saw them on my chair there. There's only one gone. And they're all at the window going, meow, meow. And I'm going, I wish I could take you all. I'm a bit obsessed, so just ignore me.
Kittens are your thing.
It's my thing, yeah. We all have our sort of weaknesses, as they say. Yeah.
Yeah, well, there are worse things than kittens, I guess.
What's yours, Jono? What's your temptation? Football. My husband's, it's football.
Not really.
Drink.
I'm not really that fussed about football. I mean, it's
Squash.
Gabriel's one. Yeah, used to be. Not really anymore. I mean, I don't play very much. So I've tried to eliminate as many as possible.
The temptations.
I still enjoy a bit of dark chocolate every now and then, but it's not.
Me too. Yeah, me too. Actually, I was just having a little piece.
I wouldn't say it's an obsession. It's just if it's there, then great.
You like it? Yeah, me too.
Yeah. Yeah. So shall we crack on then?
Yes.
With our session. Let's resume where we left off proceedings a couple of hours ago. So I'm just going to Resume the recording. Okay, so resume recording. Let's share my screen, dive into okay, so we're doing section 2 of chapter 9, Christine, just so you know. We're already four paragraphs into it, so we'll just resume where we left off. Okay, so if you'd like to kick it off, Christine, would you like to read for us? The message your brother gives you is up to you.
The message your brother gives you is up to you. Can you hear me?
Yeah, we can hear you.
The message your companion gives to you is up to you. What does he say to you? What would you have him say? Your decision about him determines the message you receive.
And what do you want him to say? I'll translate that out. Decision about him determines the message you receive. Okay, remember that the
remembrance of perfect love is in him, and its voice speaks to you through him. What can so holy a companion tell you except truth? But are you listening to it? Your companion may not know who he is, but there is a light in his mind that does know. This light can shine into yours, giving truth to his words and making you able to hear him.
So let's just pause there. Just pause there. So the light is awareness. There is an awareness in his mind that does know.
Okay. This awareness can shine into yours, or true awareness can shine into yours, giving truth to his words and making you able to hear them. His words are the remembrance of perfect love's answer to you. Is your faith in him strong enough to let you hear?
So,
is your love in him strong enough? Is your patience, in my case, is your patience in him strong enough to let you hear?
Yeah, well, they're all derivatives of faith. You have faith in his true self rather than the false ego. And is that strong enough to let you hear the answer? So very profound. You're saying, well, let's summarize this. What I'll leave that to you to do. What is he? What's he saying here in this paragraph in summary?
It seems like you have to see your companion as the Christ in you, reflecting back to you, so that, well, this is my query. Your decision about your decision about him determines the message you receive. Does that mean that if you can hold him in the reverence of someone who is aware without judging him, then you are more likely to hear the truth? Whereas if you have a preconceived idea of him and you're judging him, you won't get a clear message.
Yeah, exactly. You see what you want to see, is what he's saying. You will see in him what you've predetermined, what you want to see. So even if he's behaving badly, seemingly badly, how you interpret that behavior is up to you. You can see it as indicative of his true character and crucify him, condemn him for it, or you can recognize that it's really just an aberration. It's a mistake. He's making a mistake because of his confusion. He's confused between the ego and the Holy Spirit, but you overlook that and you perceive that underneath that, it's a cry for love, and there is this loving awareness that he still is. And so you'll see what you want to see. And you'll interpret all of his behavior according to the thought system that you hold to.
Yes, yes.
Even, people say, well, what happens if someone's behaving badly and they're doing things that are unconscious, that are harmful, that are hurtful? No, but still, how you interpret that will be according to your thought system. So you either interpret it as proof that he's evil and sinful and guilty and he deserves your condemnation and judgment, or you'll interpret it in a way that says, no, this isn't true. What he's showing you isn't true. It's an illusion. And it's really a cry for love. He's actually asking you for forgiveness and love. So your job is to give that. Obviously, the second scenario is much harder to do. It's very easy to condemn someone. So, well, there we go. Done deal. They've done that. This is what you've done. And you righteously judge them, and your ego feels satisfied in that. But what it's done is it's made the entire thought system of the ego real in your perception when you do that. Why would you judge him if you weren't making it real? So now you've identified yourself with the ego and him with the ego, and your egos are strengthened, which is, of course, what the ego wants from all of its perceptions that it sponsors. So how we see our brothers, our companions, is key. It's one of the key teachings of the Course. As you see another, so you see yourself. So judge them and condemn them, then you must be coming from your own ego, and you're really judging, condemning yourself as unworthy, as not good enough, and doomed to suffer and to die. And if you forgive and you perceive the Christ in him, then you perceive it in yourself. Because in the moment of seeing the Christ in someone, you must perceive it in yourself. You're accessing that same self that you're perceiving in him or her.
Yes, yes.
In order to perceive that. So it's a real time. You're either going to be in hell or heaven, depending on which voice you listen to, which interpretation of everyone's actions, words and actions that you listen to.
I can give you our personal story, and remember we're in the aging category, and it's amazing how I see all the foibles of, oh, you're deaf, you can't hear, oh, you can't remember. You're full of these old, irritating, slow habits, which I outright criticize him for. But it is so amazing how in a flash, when you are looking with love and awareness, you recognize that you're exactly the same. And I can actually see myself projecting all my stuff onto him, because it's exactly that feeling of I can't hear, I can't remember. And it's just a mirror. And it's so humbling to realize that that is the real reason why we have these relationships. Because if we look deeply and with sensitivity, all we're seeing are ourselves, which is where we can change it and not blame the other.
Yeah, exactly. We can perceive in them what we want to perceive in ourselves, or we can perceive an illusion in them and perceive it in ourselves. You know, that's the clear choice. So how we treat them is how we treat ourselves.
And
it's real time. You know, if you treat them with condemnation and judgment, you experience that condemnation immediately in your own mind, which separates you from your own true awareness in that moment. So it's an immediate effect, because you can't project onto someone else and not experience it yourself. The ego tells you can, but that's not true. You must, if you condemn anyone, you attack anyone, then you must experience that energy of condemnation and attack in your own mind and in your own energy system, body-mind mechanism. So it's a real-time, instant effect. You condemn and you experience it straight away.
Yeah, that's exactly what's happening to me.
Yeah, but that's useful to see, isn't it? Okay, well, it's absolutely instantaneous. I will suffer, or I will be blessed according to my decision. It's happening in real time.
And actually, when you turn it around very quickly, the humor of the situation just dissipates all feeling of impatience and anger and frustration. And it's becoming more and more like that the love energy just becomes more stronger, because you become more accepting of yourself, because this I am love thing really works. Because now I can feel I am love and I'm having a positive effect. And then it's so much easier to be with the other.
Yeah.
But it has to come here, because, I mean, I've been very self-critical and self-judging of myself all my life. So it's been very hard for me to open my heart and really love myself and accept myself where I am in this aging process, which it's very hard to grow old gracefully for the best of us, but especially for me. And the tension and the resistance is so strong if you're doing it to yourself all the time, not accepting yourself, being hard on yourself. Oh, how stupid I am. There I go again. I mean, that was my self-talk. Now with that love energy, I can actually be patient with myself and slow myself down. And as I'm doing it for me, I'm doing it for the other. And it just makes it so much more easy to deal with.
Yeah, well said. So it's a profound teaching, and the reason the course spends so much time on relationships is he understands that that's where the rubber meets the road. We're all in relationship. We interacting with other people all the time, And so as you treat them, so you treat yourself. They become the both the arbiter, the test of how advanced you actually are, how you treat others. A very good test of how spiritually advanced you are. But they're also the mechanism of your spiritual awakening. So by treating people in this unconditionally loving way, you learn that unconditional love is the truth about yourself. So they become the way of practicing this unconditionally loving awareness and extending it out. So it's very simple. And this isn't a new idea. These spiritual principles have been around for thousands of years. And as you do unto others, so you do unto yourself. But when you start to awaken, you start to realize just how true that is and how profound that is. How very helpful that is if you understand it and you apply it.
Yes, it really does work. It really does.
The job is, especially when you're tempted to judge someone, to condemn them, that's when you need to avoid the temptation and remember this teaching. And remember that they are your brother, and as you perceive them, you perceive yourself. And so you bless them instead. And that turns it around.
It does work. Thank you, Christine. That was a good reminder for me, because it's been working well with my husband. But I need a little bit more practice, because I keep forgetting to do those powerful affirmations. So that's a good reminder. Thank you, Christine.
Yes.
Because you slip out of these things. You do slip out of it. You start well and then forget. So I must get back into it. Yeah.
I mean, I have to, just to make you aware of the fact that in dealing with our companions, it depends on our age category too. With Steve, he's 4 years older than me, and he really is struggling to be normal. And I say to him,
This is your partner. Your partner, yeah.
Well, he's a friend. He's a very good friend.
Yeah, but good friend, yes, yeah.
I am all that he has. I am all that he has. So he's very dependent on me. And I get so frustrated with him that I say to him, "You are so stupid." He has such a sense of humor, and he is such a humble man that he will say to me, "I know I am."
Oh, funny.
He will laugh. And it's just shocking to get such a reaction back from someone who you've criticized and labeled as stupid. Most people get very angry with you and very resistant and attack back. But he is medicine for me, because he's such a humble, humorous man that we can laugh about it, and then I can, in the very next breath, I realize that I'm just as stupid as he is, because I make the same stupid mistakes of losing my hearing aid, can't find it, and then I'll find it where I was lost on the couch or something.
The glasses.
It's just so lovely to have this relationship, but it's not like that.
Yeah, no, with the course, like I say, with my husband, I was getting impatient, angry. Oh my God, is this what I've got in myself? But he hasn't been too clever. His memory's been going. He's 18 years older than me as well. So of course, obviously, it's only just in the last few months I'm having to adapt. I'm now with more carer, or accuracy to initially I was really now.
Elaine, have you got a dog or something wagging its tail? Because it's we can't hear you. It's something's disturbing the mic.
Is it my cat? Maybe I've got a cat here.
Cat or dog.
Oh, sorry. Yes. Yeah. No, I was just saying that at the beginning of the course, It's okay, Dave. You can put your. I'm just talking.
I just said, I thought you were going off. It's my husband. This is my dogs. This is. What are you?
Do you want to? Yeah, there's my husband here. Say hello.
Yeah.
Hi.
Hello.
There you go.
Hello, Dave.
I've got
Nice
no
to meet
power
you too.
whatsoever.
I'm the one with all the power.
Yeah.
I am powerful, love. So
Hmm.
there.
Can I go to the toilet, miss?
Just put your headphones on and do as you're told. Sorry, yes. But yeah, no, it's just having a laugh, Dave.
Yeah.
Can you put your headphones back on?
Why? No. I'm
Sorry.
more interested in that than.
They're on a time thing. They've only got a ration of time.
And this is so hilarious, this headphone thing and the computers and the cell phones and hearing aids and glasses. There's so
Yes.
many things to think about that you get so confused.
It's
And
not
you
surprising.
You do feel very stupid and very out of it.
Yeah,
That,
well,
uh,
it's
We
it's
just
not for the.
require such a lot of patience from those around us.
It's getting older. It's not for the faint-hearted because, as you say, you've got glasses, and then of course now Dave has to have hearing aids, and his memory's terrible. So, and of course, it's like all of a sudden the last few months. I don't know if it was COVID, but it's just really got worse and worse. That I'm actually having to do all the finances and so forth. So initially I was very resistant, but now I'm actually appreciating it, and it is a challenge. And it is a challenge, but it's actually now I'm feeling more empowered doing this course. Yeah, I've actually managed to I'm starting to turn it around. So yeah, really
Yes,
good
because
stuff.
you develop compassion for the other too, because
Yes, oh, absolutely.
with memory you cannot help it. It just gets
No.
worse and worse and worse.
Yeah,
And the person feels so lost, and
he does. He does.
you can't relate, and then everything starts falling apart. And
That's
then
where
the isolation becomes a problem,
yeah,
because they feel they're not fitting in. Even I feel I'm not fitting in with my young children. I mean, my children are in their late 40s. And their lives are so fast and so technology oriented, and air fryers. My daughter this evening I was babysitting the twins while she was watching her son's rugby match. And she said, "Mom, can you come?" And then she switched on the air fryer from her phone at the rugby match, so that the meal would be ready for me and I could just serve up the dinner for the children. And I was like blown away.
It's technology is absolutely amazing. Yes, yeah, but it is very fast, and I appreciate that. Like I say, this new role I've got, it's quite amazing now. That a few months ago I thought, oh God, how am I going to cope with this? Now I can feel. Yeah, and
it's actually a gift. It's a gift to you. It's saying you can do this, and you can take the responsibility, and you can feel empowered.
Yeah, absolutely.
You can learn, that you're capable and you're competent, and that's part of the learning, that you are this powerful being, that you can handle anything really, finances, tax, and so on. So it's all lessons. People go, well, what's the point of all of it? Well, it's all part of your hero's journey. It's all lessons and training. Mine's part of your training program to become the awakened hero that you are.
And I sort of know that it's like if we're having an argument, it's a reflection of each other. And if I've noticed when I'm calm and doing my sort of my lessons and so forth, Dave tends to be calmer. So it's all mirror. We're just all mirroring each other. Yeah, so that's quite incredible as well.
Mm.
So
your special relationships can be hugely destructive, or they can be hugely helpful, depending on the use you put them to, how you perceive them. If you have them, we all have them. The Course is not saying get rid of them. The Course is saying transform them into holy relationships. Take them from the specialness and all the dysfunction of the ego, and perceive in your brother your true self. Perceive him as you perceive yourself in truth.
yeah. Oh no, because at
That
first
is such a powerful spiritual practice, because it's ongoing. You're with the person, a lot of the time. So you have these ongoing opportunities to correct your perception and to perceive it correctly. And so all of that is training your mind to be the true self and to accept this idea of oneness.
Sorry, I just got the doorbell there. Excuse me there.
Okay, no problem. We'll carry on, Christine. So, I think we've done the summary. Yeah, we've done the summary. I think that's probably enough discussion on that one. So we're just going to personalize this now. The message your companion gives you is up to you. So the message my companion
gives to me is up to me.
The message anyone gives me is up to me.
What does he say to me? What do I want to say to him?
What I want him to say.
What him to say. My decision about him determines the message I receive. Remember that I remember.
Just say it, just delete that. The remembrance of perfect love is in him.
And its voice speaks to me through him. What can so holy a companion tell me except the truth? Am I listening to it? My companion may not know who he is.
Are you listening to it? Right. So that'll be the truth then. What are you listening to? Are you listening to?
I am listening to the truth.
I'm listening to it, yeah. I'm listening to it.
It being perfect love, awareness.
Yeah. What can just seeing other stuff to translate quickly before we get to that. What can so holy a companion tell you except truth? What can so innocent a companion? So when you don't condemn someone, you perceive them as innocent, which is their true nature. And then you unite that innocence that you perceive in them is the innocence that you perceive in yourself. And that innocence is the pure formless awareness of perfect love.
That is one of the most powerful tools, because For myself, I find it very hard to see myself as innocent. But when I actually say it, the spirit is innocent. It's doing the best it can at any stage, with any situation, with the tools that one has. And then once you acknowledge that you are truly innocent, you can then see the power of love for yourself and the power of pure formless awareness of perfect love operating through that innocent. Because if you can't see yourself as innocent, it becomes more and more impossible to become that clear channel.
Yeah, no, well said. And innocence is and it's another pointer, it's another signpost to the state of pure formless awareness of perfect love, which is by definition innocent. There's no blemish on it. There's no idea of anything wrong that's ever gone wrong. There's no sin. There's no guilt, because it's just pure formless awareness. It's the awareness in its purest state, and there's nothing else.
So if I can claim that for myself, then I can see that in my companion.
Mm.
It makes
Yeah.
it much easier to deal with, yes.
Mm. Yeah, and as I see it in them, you see, I claim it in myself.
Yes,
That's how it works. So may not be convinced myself, but I correct my perception and I see it in them. Then in that moment, I must be perceiving it in myself, and my true self is strengthened. And so it works both ways. It's not, some people go, well, in order to see it in another, I must see it in myself. But you only have to have some degree, some willingness to listen to your true self. And then your practice of strengthening that becomes, okay, well, I'll perceive it in another. And then that strengthens this awareness of the true self. So we don't have to know it completely. We just have to have some idea of it and a willingness. And then that willingness expresses out in our perception of others, which reinforces the knowing in our own mind that, yes, this is actually true. Okay.
Yes, the willingness is important.
Mm. Very, because no one knows it perfectly when you start this course. If you knew it perfectly, you would be at the level of Yeshua and you wouldn't need the course.
Yes.
Fully enlightened beings don't need a course in mind training because they're already there. You don't need to learn what you've already mastered. So this is a course designed for people who aren't spiritual masters, who haven't attained enlightenment yet, and are still on the path. Okay, so my companion may not know who he is, but there is an awareness in his mind that does know. So this true awareness can shine into mind, giving truth to his words and making truth to his words and making me able to hear them. His words are the remembrance of perfect love's answer to you, to me. Is my faith in him my faith in my companion strong enough to let me hear. Okay. So if you want to read that from the top, make sure we're happy with it, and then if you can read it in a slow form so we can meditate on it, that would be great.
The message anyone gives me is up to me. What does he say to me? What do I want him to say to me? My decision about him determines the message I receive. The remembrance of perfect love is in him, and its voice speaks to me through him. What can so holy a companion tell me except truth?
So just pause it there. We need to just translate that. So what can so innocent? I thought I'd change it, but I changed it up. Where did I change it? Innocent. There we go. So I think that's a more powerful word, don't you? Innocent than holy, because so
Yes.
he's innocent. But if I perceive him as innocent, I can't perceive sin or guilt. I can't perceive anything that the person's done wrong and condemn them for it. But am I listening to it? So he offers you the opportunity to see innocence, but are you listening? Will you perceive only innocence, or will you fall prey to the ego's misinterpretation of sin and guilt?
Yeah, because it's quite hard if you're having an argument where you really don't get on with your companion, to say, what can so innocent a companion tell me except truth? I mean, it's very hard to turn that around and really believe it. But you have to believe it in order to get rid of the ego.
Ultimately, yeah. But so fake it until you make it. Just by correcting and saying, okay, I'm willing. That's why he spends so much time with the mind training, saying, above all else, I'm determined to see things differently. Right? There are a number of those lessons. I'm determined to see things differently. Above all else, I want to see differently. So there's a willingness there to perceive it differently, and that's all it requires. Saying, yeah, I understand you won't get this fully to start with, because the illusion is so strong. You have this illusion of time and space and other people. I mean, that's such what a program. We believe that there really are other people. We are one of them. We are a person living in a world with other people, and we're interacting with these other so-called other people all the time. And that all seems to be very real to us. That's how this world works. And so this is the correction, saying, no, that none of that's actually true. It's just a setup by a mind that has gone insane to convince you that you're human, that you really are an individual self. You have a body, you're human, and therefore you're doomed to suffer and die. That's the ego story. But there's always a reinterpretation if you're open to it. So it starts with a little willingness to say, yes, I am willing to see it differently. I may not fully get that now. I may not be seeing it differently now, but I'm willing to see it differently. So I'm willing to adjust my mindset, my perception, and shift it and change it. And that willingness is enough to allow miracles to start happening.
Yeah, if you remember the word miracle, then you can will it into that possibility as
Well, the miracle, remember, is a correction. Miracle is just a correction in your thought and belief. So you just have to be willing to make that correction. So you're willing to change your mind. Let's say you have a judgmental thought. There's a part of you that says, no, I know that's not correct. So I'm willing to change my mind. I don't have to think that thought anymore. I can think different thoughts of happiness and peace and love and acceptance. Okay, so what can so innocent? Did you finish this? I'm not sure you did.
So what can so innocent a companion tell me except truth? But I am listening to it. But am I listening to it? My companion may not know who he is, but there is an awareness in his mind that does know. This true awareness can shine into mine, giving truth to his words and making me able to hear them. His words are the remembrance of perfect love's answer to me. Is my faith in my companion strong enough to let me hear? Yeah, it makes perfect sense.
Well, it's a very powerful message, and it's the essence really of why we should love our neighbors. There's 2 great commandments in the Bible. Love the Lord your God, all your heart, soul, and mind, and then love your neighbor as yourself. And there's 2 because Yeshua understands that just loving God is not enough, and it's too abstract and conceptual. I had a interaction with a lady, and she was like, "Well, I'm one with God. She said, I'm one with God, but yes, I'm kind of God's child, and I love God, but I don't love you because you are not of God." And so I pointed out that the commandment is very clear. Love the Lord your God, and then as a corollary, love your neighbor as yourself. Because Yeshua understood that you can't love the Lord your God with all your heart, soul, and mind if you don't love your neighbor as yourself.
Yeah.
Because you have a split in your mind then. You will experience, if you don't love your neighbor, then you're experiencing fear and anger and hatred and attack thoughts. And that is not pure formless awareness of perfect love. So you don't then really love your God with all your heart, soul, and mind, because your mind is split and you've got all this other stuff going. So the 2 go hand in glove. You can't have one without the other. You could have, ultimately, I'll correct that. Ultimately, pure formless awareness of perfect love is all there is. So in ultimate truth, there's no relationship with anything or anyone. It's just that singular awareness, ultimately. But that's a state that's beyond this world and beyond this body. While you seem to be here in physical form, you have this opportunity now to look at other people and use them to correct your own mind and use them as part of your awakening process. And that's a huge benefit and opportunity, and he's hammering that home in the text.
It makes it very practical instead of trying to have this relationship with God. It's in the here and now, in your companion, in the practical living that you practice what you're trying to learn.
Yeah, and that's how you come to know God. So this lady was confused because she thought she could know God and condemn me, and that's a delusion of many, so-called religious people. But somehow you can condemn someone else and still know God, but you can't. She doesn't know God. Then I said to her, you don't know God at all, and you're not practicing the scriptures. You're not applying the scriptures that you supposed to be studying and applying, because it's 2. You have to do both. Otherwise, you're not doing the primary one. If you don't love your neighbor as yourself, you're not loving God with all your heart, soul, and mind. It's very simple, because God is in your neighbor. And the essence of all delusion is to say that God is not in your neighbor. No, God, I have God. So the essence of all injustice in the world is this idea that I have it and you don't. In a religious context, I have God. I'm the believer. I'm the beloved of God, and you're not. So therefore, if I treat you badly, that's okay because you're not of God. You see the logic?
That's perfectly it, yes.
Even though it's insane, Because, well, then what am I of? I said, well, what am I of? You say I'm not of God, then where did I come from? Where did I come from? It's a ridiculous idea that we're not of our source. The source is the source of all life. If you have life, then you must be part of the source. It's a given. So only the ego with its insane thought system can seem to sabotage that.
Yep, makes sense.
Fortunately, we can get out of it. And he's giving us the way, saying, as you perceive your brother, so you will perceive yourself. So this is one of the primary practice methods. You do the mind training yourself and do your lessons, but how you treat your brother day in and day out, situation by situation, is a determinant of your own awakening, own truth, happiness, being. And so he's giving us the key, saying, your brother is your key to awakening, if you can perceive it that way. And you have the beauty of, especially if you're living with someone, you're interacting with people all the time, day in and day out. Well, these characters in the dream are the how you awaken from it, by perceiving them correctly. Okay, so if you want to read, you're happy to read that in a slow reading for us, Christine.
Okay, I'll try.
Message anyone. Yeah, so just pause at the full stops, pause at the commas, and give us a chance to say the words after you. So you sort of, and you actually can watch. I'll just mail them. I won't speak them because I'm recording, but I'll just mail them so you can see when I finish. Then you can start the next phrase or sentence.
Okay.
All right. So let's just get some recording going. All right. So Elaine, just make yourself comfortable, breathing in and out through your nose. Allow these words to come in, permeate into a deeper part of your mind. And repeat what Christine says after each phrase or sentence aloud, so make sure you mute it. Okay, so take it away, Christine.
I can't see the text. Oh, there we go. The message anyone gives me is up to me. What does he say to me? What do I want him to say? My decision about him determines the message I receive. The remembrance of perfect love is in him, and its voice speaks to me through him. What can so innocent a companion tell me except truth? But am I listening to it? My companion may not know who he is, but there is an awareness in his mind that he does know.
That does know.
That does know. This true awareness can shine into mine, giving truth to his words and making me able to hear them. His words are the remembrance of perfect love's answer to me. Is my faith in my companions strong enough to let me hear?
So it is. Okay, so number 5 done. We move on to number 6. Elaine, if you can read that for us.
Yeah. You can no more pray for yourself alone than you can find joy for yourself alone. Yeah.
Okay, it's going to be the same.
Yeah. You can no more pray for yourself alone than you can find joy. What's wrong with that? Joy for yourself alone.
Okay, so it's all one. Yeah, you
Prayer.
can't really do anything other than for everyone, because there's only one mind.
Yeah.
Prayer.
Prayer is the restatement of inclusion directed by the remembrance of perfect love unto the laws of pure formless awareness of love. Sorry, I jumped into the alternative there.
Yeah, okay, so read the original. Prayer is the restatement of inclusion.
The prayer is the restatement of inclusion directed by the Holy Spirit under the laws of God.
Prayer is the restatement of inclusion directed by the remembrance of perfect love under the laws of
Pure formless
perfect love.
awareness.
Yeah, I'll just make it the laws of perfect love. So obviously the remembrance of perfect love directs you to obey the laws of perfect love.
Yeah.
Okay, 3.
3, salvation is of your brother. Awakening is of your companion. So we find it all through our companion.
Yeah,
Not
awakening
alone.
is of. Okay, so maybe we can just restate that. You can find your awakening or you can awaken through your companion.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think that's accurate. You can awaken through your companion.
Yeah, that sounds good. And on the alternative, the Holy Spirit extends from your mind to his and answers you. The remembrance of perfect love extends from your mind to it and answers you.
To his, right. So that would be from your mind to your companions. And from your awareness to your companions and answers you. Okay. your companions, from your awareness to your companions.
Yeah. And
Answers.
where are
Hmm?
we? What number am I? Sorry, where am I?
Number 5, yeah.
Yeah, 5. I'll just go in the altar. I can't see the top one. You cannot hear the voice. Oh, yeah. You cannot hear the voice of God in yourself alone because you are not alone. And you cannot hear the voice of pure formless awareness of perfect love in yourself alone because you are not alone.
Yeah, self-evident. We're not alone. This is a one awareness that's everywhere. So how can you hear it in yourself alone?
Yeah.
Voice for, let's make that the voice for perfect love. And number 7, you will not know.
You will not know the trust I have in you unless you extend it.
Okay.
Yeah. Can I go to the next one? Yeah. That
Mhm.
one's straightforward. You will not trust the guidance of the remembrance of perfect love or believe that it is for you unless you hear it in others. Yeah, shall we move on?
Yeah. Fine.
It must be for your companion because it is for you. Would pure formless awareness of perfect love have created a voice for you alone? Yeah. No changes. Good.
Creator of we'll just extend, maybe make it simple. When pure forms was perfect love, extend the voice. Extend a voice for you alone.
Could you hear its answer, except as he answers all of pure formless awareness of perfect love's extensions? Do you hear its answer, except as he answers all of perfect love's extensions? Hear of your companion what you would have me hear of you, for you would not want me to be deceived.
And what you would have, what you want. Yeah. From your companion, shall we say? Do you want me to hear? Want me to hear of you, for you would not want me to be deceived. Okay, so interesting take on it. Using himself, Yeshua, we sort of want to be on our best behavior for him because he's the greatest spiritual master. Lots of people believe he's the only son of God. He's held in high reverence. He's saying, yeah, from your companion, what you want me to hear of you. So the same standard that Yeshua has for us, he's asking us to apply to others. As Yeshua would treat us, so we're asked to treat our brothers. All part of this law of, you project or you extend outward. And so you perceive truly or falsely, depending on what you do. Okay? Or you would not want me to be deceived. So just to summarize that, what is he saying in summary of paragraph?
Well, alone
Paragraph
prayer.
6.
Alone prayer is directed by perfect love, and you can't hear the voice of perfect love in yourself alone, because you're not alone, and it's just extending to your companions and you can't be deceived. It's all your companions are part of it, so sorry,
Yeah, it's fine.
yeah.
And the finally, you hear from your companion what you want me to hear from you. So, in our relationship with Yeshua, because he's revered, he's a spiritual master, we're going to be at our best. So we'll hear from your companion what you want me to hear from you. You would not want me to be deceived. So no, we want him to, Yeshua, to acknowledge us as we are. So offer the same courtesy to your brother. Hear from your companion what you want me to hear from you.
Yeah.
Very powerful. These are all powerful pointers and mechanisms to undo the illusion, undo the dream. How you perceive your brother. But in this particular lesson or section, he's emphasizing over and over. It's called specifics. It's called the answer to prayer. Interesting. So the answer to prayer is the whole answer. Some people say, well, I'm just praying for this or I'm praying for that. Ultimately, true answer to prayer is the whole answer. Answers every prayer. And that undoes every dream. Okay, so happy with summary.
Mm-hmm.
And let's personalize it.
I can no more pray for myself alone. Than I can find joy for myself alone. Prayer is the restatement of inclusion, directed by the remembrance of perfect love under the laws of perfect love. I can awaken through my companion. Remembrance of perfect love extends from my awareness to my companions and answers me. I cannot hear the voice of perfect love in myself alone because I am not alone. And its answer is only for what I am. I will not know the trust I have in myself unless I extend it. I will not trust the guidance of the remembrance of perfect love or believe that it is for me unless I hear it in others. It must be for my companion. Because it is for me. Would pure formless awareness of perfect love extend a voice for me alone? Could I hear its answer except as it answers all of perfect love's extensions? Hear from my companion what I want to hear from, I'll just move that up, from me.
I want Yeshua to hear.
From me.
I would not want him to be deceived. Okay, so read that from the top. Make sure we're happy with it. Yes.
Yeah.
Read
I
it
can-
aloud for us.
Yeah, I can no more pray for myself alone than I can find joy for myself alone. Prayer is the restatement of inclusion directed by the remembrance of perfect love under the laws of perfect love. I can awaken through my companion. My remembrance of perfect love extends from my awareness to my companions and answers me. I cannot hear the voice. Just to move that up there. The voice for perfect love in myself alone, because I'm not alone. And its answer is only for what I am. I will not know the trust I have in myself unless I extend it. I will not trust the guidance of the remembrance of perfect love or believe that it is for me unless I hear it in others. It must be for my companion because it is for me. Would pure formless awareness of perfect love extend a voice for me alone? Could I hear its answer except as it answers all of perfect love's extensions? Hear from my companion what I want Yeshua to hear. Need to move it up a bit. To hear from me. for I would not want him to be deceived.
So I hear from my companion, make
Oh,
it.
okay. I hear from
Yesha to hear from me, I would not want
be
I
deceived.
want not Yesha to be deceived. Yesha to be deceived. About me. So he quite cleverly uses him. He's our attitude to him as part of our awakening. So, well, you may respect me and revere me. People have a respect for a spiritual master like Yeshua. So you wanna treat people exactly the same as Yeshua would. I hear from my companion what I want Yeshua to hear from me. It's quite clever the way he's doing this. Hear from my companion what I want Yeshua to hear from me. And that's very true. I want Yeshua to hear love and peace and joy and compassion from them. I must hear that from my companion,
Mhm.
because that's what's in my mind. Okay, so happy with that?
Yes.
Read that as a slow version. So, Christine, if you're listening, just breathing in and out through your nose, allow these words to drop in to your awareness and repeat them. So make sure you need to repeat them in the gaps that Elaine leaves between them. Okay, so take it away, Elaine.
I can no more pray for myself alone than I can find joy for myself alone. Prayer is the restatement of inclusion, directed by the remembrance of perfect love under the laws of perfect love. I can awaken through my companion. My remembrance of perfect love extends from my awareness to my companions and answers me. I cannot hear the voice for perfect love in myself alone, because I'm not alone. And it answers, it's only for what I am. I will not know the trust I have in myself unless I extend it. I will not trust the guidance of the remembrance of perfect love or believe that it is for me unless I hear it in others. It must be for my companion because it is for me. Would pure, formless awareness of perfect love extend a voice for me alone? Could I hear its answer, except as it answers all of perfect love's extensions? I hear from my companion what I want Yeshua to hear from me. For I would not want Yeshua to be deceived about me.
Okay. Excellent. All right. So go on to number 7. I wonder if let me just check quickly. Are you happy to continue for another half an hour or so? I'm just gonna relocate. So they've my house is in just come back. Just give me a moment. I'm just going to say hello, and then I'll come back. So, and just well, in fact, what I'll do is just leave. You can start reading this. So, where are we? Well, where's that document gone? I just lost it. Seems to have just someone managed to close it. Yeah, no wonder I'm getting confused. Okay, so number 6. Number 7, okay. So do you want to start reading it, Christine?
Yes. Can I just read it in the alternative?
Yeah, that's fine. Just give me a moment. You carry on. I'm just going to.
Okay.
Reading.
I love you for the truth in you as pure formless awareness of perfect love does. Your deceptions may deceive you, but they cannot deceive me. Knowing what you are, I cannot doubt you. I hear only the remembrance of perfect love in you, who speaks to me through you. If you would hear me, hear my companions in whom pure formless awareness of perfect love's voice speaks. The answer to all prayers lies in them. You will be answered as you hear the answer in everyone. Do not listen to anything else, or you will not hear truly.
Mhm.
Seems quite simple.
Yeah. Just trying to summarize it. Sort of simply.
It's just the end of the road and words. Ways and Rothby and things.
Perceptions may deceive you, but they cannot deceive me. Knowing what you are, I cannot doubt you.
Mm-hmm. Speaks through me. So I suppose yeah, summarizing it sort of in short, I guess it's, well, it's purely just we see through the form, isn't it? And just see the truth in everyone, and it can't be deceived. Need Jono to simplify it. I hear only the remnants of perfect love in you. So whatever the form, no matter what, we go past that and see just the perfect love in them.
And it's important that others, you will be answered as you hear the answer in everyone.
Yeah.
Do not listen to anything else, or you will not hear truly.
Yeah.
So the focus is on the voice of pure formless awareness, speaking through my companions.
Yeah.
That has to be the focus.
Yeah. That's yeah, you've said that well. So literally everybody that's mirroring us, it's all coming through just the one mind, isn't it?
Because when you believe that the truth is coming through your companions,
Yeah.
you will actually hear it as such.
Right.
And not in the separate egoic selves.
Yeah. Got you. Yeah, no, that's better putting it that way, yes. That's simplified it. Yeah. Yeah, so it's really our everyday encounters that we know where we're at really with this. If we're seeing whoever the form is, then it comes from there, I guess. So hopefully, eventually, everybody you encounter are all happy and full of love.
Have to fake it till you make it.
Yes, absolutely. Yeah.
I love myself for the truth in, I love you for the
Truth in me.
me.
Are you personalizing it now? Yeah.
Yes.
Right.
I love you for the truth.
Sounds better, doesn't it? In me.
In me. As pure formless awareness of perfect love does.
Yeah.
My deceptions may deceive you, or my deceptions may deceive me.
Yeah. But they cannot deceive Yeshua? It?
Ishwa, maybe.
Yeah, maybe.
Knowing what I am, I cannot doubt
No.
myself.
Yeah.
I hear only the remembrance of perfect love in me, who speaks to me through me. There must be Yeshua
Yeah.
or perfect.
Who speaks to Yeshua through me? Or
Speaks to Yeshua through me.
All right. You need some help.
Yeah, we're
I'll,
personalizing it already.
Personalising. Well done. Okay. So I'm set to say
It's
hello to the
very confusing.
whose house this is. Yeah. So I love you for the truth in you. Okay. So Yeshua loves.
Me
For the
for the
truth.
truth in me.
Yeah. As pure fullness of as perfect love does. Mhm.
My deceptions may deceive Yeshua,
May deceive me,
may deceive me, but
but
they
they cannot
cannot
deceive.
deceive Yeshua.
Yeah. Getting the hang of it.
Knowing what I am, I cannot doubt Yeshua.
I cannot doubt you. So I is then Yeshua. Yeah. Knowing what I am, he cannot doubt me.
Okay, he cannot doubt me.
He
He
hears.
hears only the remembrance of perfect love in me. Who speaks to Yeshua, to me through Yeshua, or
He speaks to
Yeshua
me as Yeshua. Yeah. He speaks to
through me,
Yeshua.
through me.
Yeah.
If I would hear Yeshua,
Oh, yeah. Yeah, his companions in whom pure fullness awareness of perfect love. It's just
speaks.
perfect loves.
Or he speaks. The answer to all prayers lies in them. I will be answered as I hear the answer in everyone. Do I listen to anything else?
I do not listen.
If I do not listen to anything else, do not listen. I do not listen to anything else I will not hear truly.
Right, so I choose not to listen. So I choose not
to listen to anything else I will not hear truly, or I will not hear truly.
Yeah, truly. Okay. So I'm going to read that from the top. Just make sure it's happy. Be happy with that.
Yeshua loves me for the truth in me, as pure formless awareness of perfect love, as pure formless awareness of perfect love does. My deceptions may deceive me, but they cannot deceive Yeshua. Knowing what I am, he cannot doubt me. He hears only the remembrance of perfect love in me, who speaks to Yeshua through me. If I would hear Yeshua, hear his companions in whom perfect love's voice speaks.
And so if I would hear Yeshua, I must hear. I think that would be a good.
Okay, I must hear his companions in whom perfect love's voice speaks. The answer to all prayers lies in them. I will be answered as I hear the answer in everyone. I choose not to listen to anything else, or I will not hear fully.
Yeah, truly.
Truly.
Yeah, it's profound stuff, isn't it? I mean, he's saying to us all very well, like we treat Yeshua as some special, almost demigod, and people will revere and respect him. But he's saying that's all pointless unless you perceive everyone this way. You treat everyone as you would treat Yeshua, and as you want to be treated by him.
Something like that.
And the answer lies. All prayers are answered in our perception of our companions. Answer to all prayers lies in them. So, I want love, I want peace, I want joy. How do I treat my brothers and sisters? Because in that lies the answer to my prayers. I'll experience love and peace and joy as I treat them, according to the way I treat them. I will be answered as I hear the answer in everyone. So it's very, very simple, but it requires this, this mind training, this mind discipline, to perceive the truth in them, no matter what they believe, no matter what they manifest, to perceive only the truth in them. So I choose not to listen to anything else, or I will not hear truly. Okay, so happy with that?
Yes.
If you can read it. In this personalized form. Hang on, let me just start recording it. So Elaine, just close your eyes, the drill, breathing in, breathing out. Allow these words to come in and repeat them after Christine and the gaps that she leaves. So take it away, Christine.
Just bring it down a bit.
Yeshua loves me for the truth in me.
I can't see it. Thank you. Yeshua loves me for the truth in me, as pure formless awareness of perfect love does.
Okay, so just slow down. You want to pause after Yeshua loves me for the truth in me. And then
Yeshua
pause.
loves me for the truth in me, as pure formless awareness of perfect love does. My deceptions may deceive me, but they cannot deceive Yeshua. Knowing what I am, he cannot doubt me. He hears only the remembrance of perfect love in me, who speaks to Yeshua through me. If I would hear Yeshua, I must hear his companions in whom perfect love voice speaks.
Just re-record that, Christine. From he hears only the remembrance of perfect love in me, which speaks. So, sorry, not who, but which speaks. Or here, Yeshua must hear his companions in whom perfect love's voice speaks. No? So
Okay.
from he hears only.
He hears only the remembrance of perfect love in me, which speaks to Yeshua through me. If I would hear Yeshua, I must hear his companions in whom perfect love's voice speaks. The answer to all prayers lies in them. I will be answered as I hear the answer in everyone. I choose not to listen to anything else, or I will not hear truly.
Okay. So number 7 done. Number 8, believe in your brothers.
I think I must go to bed. If you don't mind, I'm going to pull out.
Mm-hmm.
And
Okay, thanks, Christine. So yeah, if you can send me information about where the talk is on Sunday, email or text me, because I'll put up a page for it, so we can do a bit of promotion. So just the address and any other relevant directions, and
okay,
I'll
but parking there is a problem, so we're going to have to maybe meet at my house and travel in my car. There's probably parking for 1 or 2 more cars, so I don't expect many people to come.
Okay. So yeah,
I'll
just
give my address, and then
we'll meet there.
and then
Okay.
we'll meet there.
Yeah, go from there. All right.
Okay.
Yeah.
Thanks.
Yeah. Okay.
Good night,
All right.
Christine.
Good night.
See you soon.
Namaste.
Namaste.
Okay.
Namaste. Bye.
Bye.
Bye. Right.
All right. So let's number 8. How much can you finish this? We've got another 4 paragraphs, I think. 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 5 paragraphs. Can you finish that, or
Yeah, I can do a couple because, like I say, I've got work in the morning, so and I've got a few chores to do before I retire. So I can do another couple.
Okay. All right. So believe in your brothers.
Believe in your brothers because I believe in you. And you will learn that my belief in you is justified. Yeah. And
So
the alternative, believe in your companions because I believe in you, and you will learn that my belief in you is justified.
Yeah.
Should I go to the next? Or do you want to? Believe in me by believing in them, for the sake of what God gave them. And believe in me by believing in them, for the sake of what pure formless awareness of perfect love gave them. And 3, the alternative. They will answer you. Well, they will answer you if you learn to ask only truth of them. So that's the same. And do not ask for blessings without blessing them, for only in this way can you learn how blessed you are. And do not ask for blessings without blessing them, for only in this way can you learn how blessed you are. And 5, by following the way following this way, you are seeking the truth in you. By following the way, you are seeing the truth in you. You are seeking the truth in you.
Seeking the truth in you, yeah.
Seeking the truth in you. And 6, this is not going beyond yourself, but toward yourself. And this is not going beyond yourself, but toward the same.
Yeah, we'll make that your capital self. Toward yourself, more meaningful. Capital self.
Yeah. And I hear only pure formless awareness of perfect love. Answer in its extensions, and you are answered, and I hear only God's answer in his sons, and you are answered.
Only perfect love's answer in its extensions, and you are answered. Okay, so what is the
We've got to believe in your companions.
he's saying here in summary?
Yeah, to believe in your companions, because believe in it, because I believe in you, and you will learn that. And then eventually you'll learn that the belief is justified through your companions. Believe in me by believing in them.
By believing in them.
Yeah.
Yeah, so it's quite clever, because what he's saying is, you know, we all have a sort of elevated perception of Yeshua. It brings out the best in us, because he's the Son of God, or the spiritual master, however you perceive him. And he's saying, well, as you treat me, so you will treat everyone. Believe in me by believing in them, right? So you want to have faith in me as the Christ, you know, this transcendent self that's beyond death. Well, believe in your companions, that they have that as well, for the sake of what pure formless awareness of perfect love gave them. So it gave them eternal life. When you believe in them, that they have that eternal life, then you believe in Yeshua, that Yeshua has it. And so he's helping us through the mechanism of him. It's not that he has an ego that needs to be kind of worshipped and made special, but through our perception of him, he's teaching us to generalize this perception, generalize it to all of our brothers. It's part of the mind training. Okay, so
Summarised. Personalised.
Yeah, what else is he saying? They will answer you if you learn to ask only the truth of them. Do not ask for blessings without blessing them, for only in this way can you learn how blessed you are. Okay, so it's just a restatement of you know, as you give, you receive. Don't ask for blessings without blessing them. Don't ask for truth without seeing the truth in them. and then you will seek the truth in you.
Mm.
Not going beyond yourself, but toward your capital self. Yeah, only perfect love's its extensions, and you are answered. Oh, so as you perceive others, if you see only perfect love's answer in everyone, then you are answered. And our questions are answered, and we have awakened.
Mhm.
A very powerful mechanism. This is why the Course focuses so much on relationships
Yeah.
as a key way of us learning this truth about ourselves.
Therefore, finding peace. Yeah. Hmm.
Okay, so
Believe in my companions.
yeah,
I believe in my companions because I believe in Yeshua.
believe in your companions. So I believe in my companions because Yeshua, becomes Yeshua,
Yeah.
because Yeshua believes in me.
Yeah. And I will learn that my belief in Yeshua is justified.
You will learn. I will learn that my belief in. I will learn that. Sorry, I will learn that Yeshua's,
Yeah.
and my becomes Yeshua's, and you becomes my. Yeshua's belief in me. I will learn that Yeshua's belief in me is justified.
Yeah.
Okay?
Yeah. Believe in me by believing in them. For the sake of what pure formless awareness of perfect love gave them, they will answer me. If you learn to ask only truth of them.
So I believe in Yeshua by believing in them for the sake of what pure formless awareness of perfect love gave them. They will answer me if I learn to ask only truth of them.
I do not ask
Blessings
without blessing them, for only in this way can I learn how blessed I am. By following this way, I am seeking the truth in me. Yeah. This is not going beyond myself, but toward yourself, myself. This is not going beyond myself.
toward. This is not going beyond myself. Hi, John.
Hi, John. Hi, Elaine.
Oh, hi.
Welcome. Elaine's going to fade in a paragraph or so. So if you can help me finish it,
Good
either
timing.
later, would be great. So we've got about 4 after this to go, 9, 10, 11, 12. Not going beyond myself, but toward myself.
Yeah.
I hear only
Perfect love's answer.
In its extensions.
And I am
so,
answered. So I am answered.
Yeah. Okay, if you read it from the top, let's check it.
I believe in my companions because Yeshua believes in me. And I will learn that Yeshua's belief in me is justified. I believe in Yeshua by believing in them. For the sake of what pure formless awareness of perfect love gave them, they will answer me if I learn to ask only truth of them. I do not ask for blessings without blessing them. For only in this way can I learn how blessed I am. By following this way, I am seeking the truth in me. This is not going beyond myself, but toward myself. I hear only perfect love's answer in its extensions, and so I am answered.
Okay, happy with that. I just added in an and so. I believe in my companions because Yeshua believes in me, and so I will learn that Yeshua's belief in me is justified. Just added an and so there. Okay, I'm going to read that. Okay, so John, you want to put yourself on mute, just repeat after Elaine. Take a nice deep breath in, allow the words in, and repeat them in the gaps that she leaves between her words and sentences. Okay, so Elaine, take it away.
I believe in my companions because Yeshua believes in me. And so I will learn that Yeshua's belief in me is justified. I believe in Yeshua by believing in them. For the sake of pure formless awareness of perfect love gave them. They will answer me if I learn to ask only truth of them. I do not ask for blessings without blessing them. For only in this way can I learn how blessed I am. By following this way, I am seeking the truth in me. This is not going beyond myself, but toward myself. I hear only perfect love's answer in its extensions, and so I am answered.
Well, you can just think this one came out slightly wrong. I believe in Yeshua by believing in them for the sake of what? Pure formless awareness of perfect love gave them. Do you want to just read that line again?
I believe in Yeshua by believing in them. For the sake of what pure formless awareness of perfect love gave them.
Great, thanks. It's recording now. Okay, so number 8 done.
Could I just have you probably discussed this already, but this paragraph caught my attention earlier, actually, because it's a far-reaching paragraph in terms of even if we are in the presence of someone who is obviously deranged and illusional or deceitful, we are called upon to retain our belief in them, which is quite a call, actually.
Yeah, this is not easy. What he's asking us to do is to see only the truth in them, even if they're not believing it themselves, even if they are behaving unconsciously. We must see only the truth in them, and when we do that, then we acknowledge Yeshua as the way, the truth, and the life. So it's quite a call. See only the Christ in your brother, being only as pure and holy, when we all know our brothers often behave atrociously. There's all kinds of unconscious behavior that goes on here, but your job is to deny all that and see them only as the truth that they are. And then you see the truth that you are, and then you correct your mind, you heal your mind, and become one with Yeshua and everyone. So it's very simple, but just try it on and see how easy it is to do.
Yeah, quite.
Not easy.
Yeah.
Because we've got a fixed perception. Our body's eyes and our senses give us this data that tells us that this is real, this has really happened, that person has actually done that, because that's what seems to be evident to our physical senses. And so we have our egos has got very, very habituated to just judging those sense perceptions as real. Oh, well, that's happened, and it doesn't question it. It says, well, has it really happened? Maybe the whole construct of the dream is illusion. Maybe none of it's really happened. The ego just says, no, it's really happening. You can see it, you can feel it, you can touch it, taste it, perceive it, therefore it must be real, and no other interpretation is allowed. So then it's real for you, and if you make it real, then you make the separate self real and the belief in separation real, and escape becomes impossible. So you can't escape what you've made real.
Yeah.
Okay?
Yeah.
That helps. So, I mean, he sets a really high standard. These teachings, you read this, and it's life-changing if you actually apply this. This completely transformational, the way you behave towards others, your mindset. Each section is profound if you actually apply it. Which is why this course is so powerful. But to apply it is life-changing. You apply this teaching, you become an avatar, a saint, like people like Yeshua and the Buddha. They were able to see only the truth in their brothers and live in and by that truth. They didn't get confused. So it's a call to become like them, the Christ who really lives it and walks it. And has unconditional love. This is what we're talking about. Unconditional means no condition. So it doesn't matter what anyone does. Who cares? You love them unconditionally anyway.
Yeah.
It's quite a thing.
It is.
Goes completely against the way your ego's been trained to perceive. It takes a lot of mind training, a lot of convincing of the mind, because the ego is your default thought system. It says, no, this kind of judgment keeps you safe. It protects you from getting hurt. It's your friend because it's stopping others from using and abusing and hurting you, taking advantage of you. And so it says that this is necessary in this world. How can you just trust everyone in this world? It's not possible. And on it goes. I mean, some discernment is required. You wouldn't necessarily go and just share your credit card details with any stranger. So let's not be stupid about matters. But you will correct your perception. So okay, well, I'm not going to do that. Let's say someone's trying to scam me. You get a Nigerian, letter. We've all had them.
Yeah.
So don't necessarily believe that. Let's not be delusional. But you, at the same time, you correct your perception of your brother, and you say, well, this person and what they believing in, this energy of trying to steal money from people and scam people, is unreal. It's part of an unreal dream, and they don't know who they are. but I can still perceive them then in that correction as the Christ that they are. So then I don't judge them, oh, these, Nigerian scammers, and they're just the scum of the earth, and they're just the pits, and I wish they could all die, and all of that projection of hatred onto them. You don't do that, because to do that is to make them real. So you merely perceive them correctly with the help of the Holy Spirit that they are not real. They are not real characters in the dream, and what they represent isn't real. The truth is that they are still pure formless awareness of perfect love, no matter what they think or do. And if you perceive that, then you perceive the truth in them, then you perceive it in yourself. Then you're not condemning, you're not in that energy of condemnation, so you're not attacking yourself, and you remain in a high loving awareness and peaceful. But if you go down the route of condemnation and saying, well, these people, I can't believe this happens, and they're evil and they're guilty, and why do they do this, and someone should put them in prison, and project your guilt onto them, then you make that self-concept that they represent real in your own mind. And you become as much a victim of the world as they are, by your own decision to enslave yourself to that self-concept. Okay, does that clarify number 8 for you?
Yes, it does actually. Yes, I mean, I think it's a demanding call, and yes.
Some discernment is required. I once got scammed because I went, well, I mistrust my brothers, and
Yeah.
I did.
Yeah.
But then, if I look back on it, I actually needed to have that lesson. If in truth, I needed to have the lesson. I needed to play out that way, and get scammed in order to change something in me. It was like a reset and a shift. So it actually had a positive outcome, even though money was lost. Wasn't fortunately, but it was a necessary reset for me. And I kind of, in reflection, I almost went along with it, because something in me was saying, well, you need to have this experience.
What do you think you learned from it, John?
What I learned was that whole energy of seeking, desiring. So how scammers work? I mean, it was a great business education. Is they work on desire, they work on your greed and your desire. I want a quick, easy buck, and I didn't have a lot of money at the time. And this guy approached me, and it seemed like, well, yeah, that could be good. Make that kind of money. And that's what hooked me in. So it was a desire or greed for more money, which in my mind was a good thing because I needed it. But that's how they hooked me in. And so after that, I was like, okay, I need to stop that. Seeking these get rich quick schemes and desiring money. I lost my way briefly there, and I got other people involved as well, which I shouldn't have done. And all in all, it was not what a truly spiritual person or teacher should do. Yeah. So it was a good lesson, and like, okay, I'm not going to do that again. That's not that kind of desire, energy, and seeking, craving. Really, it was craving. That's what gets you into trouble. But it was a very useful experience because I actually experienced it, and I saw how these things are done. And if you don't experience it, how do you know? So it was a very valuable part of my business education. So understanding, and life education, understanding how this works. So you make the mistake, but it wasn't really a mistake because I had an experience and I learned from it. And it did reset me. I was like, okay, enough. I'm not going to do that anymore. And as a result, I really moved much more strongly into this course and studying it and practicing it and teaching it, and became authentic. It's like, okay, because I don't want to be like that. And I don't want to be someone who can be scammed in that way again. So I recognized the error that got me into it and corrected it and went, okay, I needed the experience of being scammed in order to make that decision. And it probably down the line, it saved me a lot of time and maybe money as well. I had a couple of other things going on that were kind of like that. They weren't overtly a scam, but it was like, oh, no, there was a guy who was in my life who was, really like in the craving. And I was always, where's the next buck and this deal and this opportunity? And then he'd phone me up and say, oh, this is what we're going to do, all of this kind of energy. And I realized that I had to move away from that. It was not what was serving me. And so I did. And that put me on a more even keel and more focused, calmer, more spiritual, which was, part of this evolution. It's now, what was that, 15 years ago? 15 years later, I'm doing this. It's all learning. And so it took me in the right direction. So, it was useful. And I was actually quite grateful for it once I'd done some forgiveness and I'd, forgiven myself for being so stupid. I realized that I actually wasn't so stupid. There was some part of me that knew that I needed that experience because I could have actually caught the guy. There was a guy who was living on the same property who was like, he had police connections and he's like, oh, no, just call me and we'll catch the guys. But something in me said, no, don't do that because I wouldn't have then had the experience that I had. And I needed to have that experience in order to correct the course I was on. So
I'm just thinking one time I was late one evening actually in New York Central Station, and I was tired. I just arrived from England and I was just checking out the trains. It was busy, it was really busy, and this very genuine looking youngish 20-year-old Jewish guy came up and made a plea he said he'd been in town for an interview, he'd had his wallet stolen or something, and he needed some money to get home. And he offered me at the time it was a BlackBerry, and he said, well, you can have this, lend me the cash, and when I send you the cash back, you can return my BlackBerry.
Yeah.
And because I was tired, I just couldn't, and he was talking so much. It drove me, he kind of just drove me under really. And I did give him but I'm not sure what I learned from that really.
And you never got the money back, presumably.
No. I mean, I didn't take the BlackBerry either. Got no use for a BlackBerry. Yeah, but I mean, he looked so genuine, and
Yeah, well, I did the same thing once on the tube. Some guy approached me, and he had a whole story, and he was like, he showed me airline tickets, and he was like, this, I need £90 or something in order to get home, and and I kind of thought, well, it could be a scam. It's quite a good one because he's actually it was in the days when you had those airline tickets, that were actually printed. They don't do that anymore. And I looked at it, and I was quite tired, and I was like, okay, so what do I do? But something in me was like, well, imagine if it's true and no one will help the guy. That was sort of my logic. Imagine if no one will help this guy. It is actually true. He needs to get home and he can't. And I've done that a couple of times. There was a time in Johannesburg, some guy knocked on my door, and he looked pretty desperate. And he said, please, brother, I've come to town and I got stranded here and I don't have any bus fare home. He's from another city and he's been sleeping on the streets for 3 days. It looked like he was. I mean, he looked the part, that's for sure. But it could have just been a standard story. I don't know. But there was something in me, and he was saying, well, I want to get back to my to my family. I've got a wife and son, and I'm missing them. And please, brother. And he cried. I mean, if he was acting, he was a bloody good actor.
Yeah.
It was really quite
Well,
convincing.
this guy was.
And it felt genuine. So he might just be a good con, and that was his story. But I sort of was like, okay, well, maybe it is genuine. And then, like, imagine if I don't help him. And actually, by giving, you give to yourself. I felt expanded when I did it.
Okay.
In both instances, it was like you're expanding out of your comfort zone, and believing in something. And so even if it was a scam, the net effect is you believed in something more than the ego in that moment, and you extended love to another human being.
Yeah.
So was that a bad thing? No, it wasn't. And in both instances, it wasn't a fortune. I didn't really ever miss that money. So it was just like, well, I could help now, so it feels right, so I will. And so there was an extension and expansion in my own mind, and all of those, all of these little things are parts of awakening. I believe they all serve a purpose. If you never do that, and you never extend beyond your comfort zone, then you stay in the ego's thought system and you stay unawakened.
Yeah. Fair enough. Yeah.
So you benefit, even if it was a scam, you benefit in other ways. You benefit because, in the one instance, that was a lesson I needed to learn. It was very clear. It wasn't about helping the guys really, because they were crooks and they didn't deserve the money. That wasn't the motivation. But I did need to learn a lesson, and I did learn the lesson through the experience. So why would I be ungrateful? And I went, well, it was a cheap lesson actually, and it was a very good lesson. They don't teach you the stuff at business school. It's a good lesson in how a scam is done. And so in future, I'm forewarned is forewarned. I'm like, okay, well, don't make those same mistakes. So there was a lot of learning that happened through that. And so in hindsight, I'm very grateful. It's part of my business education. It's part of my life education. I'm glad it happened, even though some money was lost. But as one of my friends said, he said, well, the only kind of education that's worth anything is an expensive one. And he'd lost a whole heap of money, like millions. He said, you learn from these experiences. So that's how life goes.
Okay, good.
All right. So where are we? Let's get to number 9. Short paragraph.
To disbelieve is to side against or to attack. To believe is to accept and to side with. To believe is not to be credulous, but to accept and appreciate. What you do not believe, you do not appreciate. And you cannot be grateful for what you do not value. There is a price you will pay for judgment, because judgment is the setting of a price. And as you set it, you will pay it. It's short, but it's intense.
Yeah, there is quite some. So shall we go through it line by line?
Yeah.
Okay, so paragraph 9. Summary. To disbelieve is to side against or to attack.
To attack. Yeah, I kind of get a sense for that.
Okay. So we disbelieve someone, and that's
we are
an attack on. Side against them. So we're against them, and that's an attack.
Yeah.
To believe is to accept and to side with. Okay. So belief and siding against or with go hand in hand, is what he's saying.
To believe is not to be credulous, What does he mean by that? To believe is not to be credulous, but to accept and appreciate.
Well, let's look at
Yeah,
the word credulous. That might be helpful. Cred means belief, so credulous meaning. Right. Having or showing too great a readiness to believe things. Right.
Having or showing too great a readiness to believe things.
Yeah. So it's kind of gullible, naive. Maybe we could use another word.
Yeah.
Because it's not actually that common a word, is it? Commonly understood word.
No, not in that context.
To believe is not to be naive or gullible. What do you think?
Oh, well, I quite like gullible, actually.
Yeah, gullible. So not, because that's really what he means.
It is.
To
To believe is
not
not to be gullible, but to accept and appreciate. Yeah, that's a good one, that, isn't it?
So to accept the truth of it, and appreciation is part of belief, which is interesting. So I must appreciate in order to truly believe. Appreciation and then that leads into the idea of value.
Yeah, what you do not believe, you do not appreciate. Fair enough. And you cannot be grateful for what you do not value. Yes. There is a price you will pay for judgment, because judgment is the setting of a price. Judgment is the setting of a price.
And as you set it, you will pay it. Yeah, it's interesting. Be grateful for what you do not value. Okay, so we must value something in order to be grateful for it.
Yeah.
We must, and that's part of belief. So gratitude and belief go hand in hand.
Yeah.
Gratitude and belief and appreciation, and therefore gratitude. So that's kind of belief, appreciation, gratitude go.
Why is there a price we pay for judgment?
Well, because judgment costs us our awareness of truth, doesn't it?
Okay. So there is a price.
In this instance, he's talking about judgment in the wrong-minded sense. The context is pretty clear. There's a price you will pay for wrong-minded judgment. Maybe we should clarify that for.
Well, does that beg the question, what is right-minded judgment?
Yeah, but then he addresses that in the course in other areas. So right-minded judgment is the judgment of the Holy Spirit that simply says nothing that is unreal exists. The false is false, so it doesn't really exist. So it doesn't make distinctions among the illusions. It simply says that that's an illusion and that's an illusion, and all of it's illusion. Whereas the ego always has distinctions and differentiations.
Yeah. So there is a price you will pay for wrong-minded judgment, because judgment is the setting of a price.
So you understand that, what he's saying?
Yeah, I think I'm getting it.
Price you'll pay for wrong-minded judgment. Okay, so that price is that you lose awareness of your true self, who you are, and you lose peace and love and joy. And you have to deal with fear and anger and attack thoughts and everything else the ego sponsors. So that's the price. And when you judge, judgment is the setting of a price. So you judge, what do? You set the price by your judgment. You say, I am willing to pay this price when I judge. Even though we're not consciously aware of it. The moment we go down the road of judgment, we set a price and then we say, well, I'm willing to pay that price.
The price being the loss of our awareness.
Yeah, loss of our true awareness, loss of peace. And the moment you decide to judge, you set that price and then you pay it because you've set it up front. So it's like a setup. You set yourself up. So you set yourself up for that experience the moment you decide to judge. You
Yes.
set yourself up for the loss of peace and all the consequences, the pain and suffering and whatever else comes from the decision. Because the moment you judge, you set that price. You say, that's the price. I will lose my peace. And I willingly go down this track. Not consciously, but on some level willingly. Down the track of the ego's judgments. Set the price, and now as I've set it, I will pay it. So that pain we let ourselves in for when we judge, we will pay it, we will experience it.
So it's very good, this, in terms of understanding what the cost of judgment, personal cost of judgment.
Yeah. As you set it, you will pay it. So the moment we judge, we set the price, and then we determine that we will pay it at some point in the future. Well, actually, it's actually immediate, because we suffer. We're not in pure form of perfect love anymore the moment we judge. But in time, the consequences of our judgment might play out, and we might experience other, cause-effect consequences.
Such as?
Well, so
Illness.
I could experience illness. I've judged someone as unworthy. I've condemned them, and so I'm estranged from them. I might attack them verbally or physically, and then that relationship falls apart, and I feel regret because the person was maybe a family member or a friend, and now I no longer have that friend. So now I pay the price of the separation, of feeling alone and abandoned.
Yeah.
Not connected.
It's very good. It's very good.
These are all examples of how it could play out. And so what he's asking us to do is be aware, before we go down the route of judgment, wrong-minded judgment, to be aware of what it is we're doing. Say, no, I don't want to pay that price. I don't want to set the price. I don't want to pay the price. So let me not judge in this way. Let me rather forgive and see the truth in my brother.
Yeah. Very good, John. Yeah.
Then I see it in myself, and I see it in Yeshua, and I avoid this trap of setting a price of judgment and having to pay it. This is almost karma, isn't it?
It is.
Karma is like the moment you go down the track and you make the decision, then you set the karma in motion, and then you must pay the price.
Yeah.
Karmically. So there's he doesn't call it karma. This is sort of what he's referring to here. As you set it, you will pay it. Fortunately, we can change our minds. Okay, so you're happy with that?
I am. Yep.
All right, so let's personalize this. Okay, so to disbelieve is to side against. So
when I disbelieve, I side against.
Yeah, personalize it. That's nice. When I disbelieve.
I side.
So if we disbelieve the ego, you see the reason why the ego feels attacked and under threat is because when I disbelieve it, I'm siding against it or attacking it in its perception. When I disbelieve, I side against or and that's why people perceive, if you don't believe the same as they do, they perceive that as some kind of attack on them. If they identified with their beliefs, then they will perceive that attack, and in turn they will justify defense and attack on their part. So, look at, say, the Muslim extremists. Everyone who doesn't believe as I believe is now perceived as an enemy because they are attacking the faith, right? They perceive that anyone who doesn't believe as they believe in their version of truth, Allah, God, and whatever they believe, various distorted beliefs of that. Really, what is actually religion based on love? And they must perceive that we're attacking them, and so then they think it's justified to respond with violence. So I perceive that I'm being attacked because you don't believe in my beliefs, and so now my attack back seems to be justified. So now I can attack you, and in fundamentalists that can be acts of terrorism, and in my mind that seems to be justified because you've attacked me first by not believing in what I believe. Of course, a complete delusion and a misidentification, all of that. But in the mind of the person, that's all real, and that's what leads to this crazy behavior where people go and blow up stuff and to kill themselves as well as others.
I think number 2 and number 3 are okay.
Okay, so when I disbelieve, I side against or attack. To believe is to accept and to side with. Okay, so when I believe.
Okay, when I believe, I accept. Oh yeah, and side with. Okay.
Yeah, this is much more personal.
Yeah.
Accept and side with. Okay, so to believe is not to be gullible, but to accept and appreciate. So maybe, when I believe, I'm not gullible, but accept and appreciate.
Oh, that's nice. When I believe I am not gullible, when I believe I am not gullible, but rather accept and appreciate. When I do not believe, I do not appreciate. And I cannot be grateful for what I do not value. There is a price I pay, there is a price I will pay for wrong-minded judgment. Because judgment is the setting of a price. And as I set it, I will pay it.
Okay, I'm going to read that from the top to make sure we're good with it.
When I disbelieve, I side against or attack. When I believe, I accept and side with. When I believe, I am not gullible, but rather accept and appreciate. What I do not believe, I do not appreciate. And I cannot be grateful for what I do not value. There is a price I will pay for wrong-minded judgment, because judgment is the setting of a price. And as I set it, I will pay it. Yeah,
It's a powerful paragraph, although it's short.
it is. It is.
There's a lot in it. In the way he's used the words, you know, the price, setting of the price, and then pay the price. So it's very, what he's talking about is really common. So in the moment I decide to judge, then I set a price and I must pay it because I've set it. Inadvertently, of course, you know, the ego is not telling us what we do, but he's trying to make us aware of what we actually do. Okay, so do you want to read that?
Yep, for the tape.
Read that slowly. So Elaine just breathing in and breathing out, normal way. Allow these words in and repeat them after John. Those affirmations. Okay, John, so take it away.
When I disbelieve, I side against or attack. When I believe, I accept and side with. When I believe, I am not gullible, but rather accept and appreciate. What I do not believe, I do not appreciate. And I cannot be grateful for what I do not value. There is a price I will pay for wrong-minded judgment, because judgment is the setting of a price. And as I set it, I will pay it.
All right, thanks, John. All right.
Yep.
Okay.
I'm happy to finish off, Elaine, if you've done a lot already.
Yeah. Do you want to stay with us, Elaine, or you need to go?
Well,
I'll do one more paragraph.
Okay, I'll do one more paragraph.
Okay, number 10.
Yeah. If paying is equated with getting, you will set the price low but demand a high return. And that's the same for the alternative.
Yeah, just reading the alternative isn't actually much to translate.
Okay. If paying is equated with getting, you will set the price low but demand a high return. That's straightforward.
Actually, I'm struggling with that one.
Paying is equated with getting. Yeah. You will set the price low, demand a high return. Okay? So you're paying for something, and you equate that with getting. Right? So you'll set the price low because you want to get a good bargain, basically. Set the price low, but demand a high return. Okay.
Okay.
So this is you know, he's talking about our commercial world, but actually this applies not just in commerce, in business. It actually applies in life. So paying is equated with getting, right? So I pay think about our, how we work with money. I'm paying something, and I'm getting something for my money. Yeah, this is common practice. And so I set the price low because I want to get a good deal, but I demand a high return. I want a lot for my money. I want high value, which is what he's talking about here. To have forgotten, however, to price is to value. And so as we price something, we value it so that your return is in proportion to your judgment of worth. So we value something little by pricing it low, and how can we expect to get a high return? Because we've judged it as of little worth. In the commercial world, we see that's why it never works. Getting a bargain, you think you've got a really good deal, but actually it's a reason why it's cheap.
Yeah, okay. Yeah.
And that, how can we expect to get something of true value when we've paid very little? We all kind of know intuitively that's not really realistic. But what he's saying is we do this in our lives. We do this in our minds and in our lives.
It does happen sometimes, though, doesn't it? I mean, we do get good deals sometimes.
Yeah, it is possible, but usually it happens when you get out of the mindset of getting. What I've experienced is things will happen for you when you get out of the idea of getting and you just give. So I'll give you a good example, very current. I'm going to Cape Town, and I sort of felt like I felt the call to go. Although I don't know how many people will turn up, I'm going to do a talk on Sunday. Christine's network, Kim's there as well, and it was just like, yeah, this is a giving thing to do. Yeah, it's giving, and I don't know what the outcome will be exactly, but it felt right. And then, but I wasn't in the getting. Oh well, what can I get from this? It was more about, it just feels right. I'm going to go with it, and I'm going to share the light. And it might just be a very small talk with a few people. So nothing major. Like if I was in a getting mindset, I go, well, why bother? That doesn't really make commercial sense. I'm gonna have to spend extra money going there, and I have to hire a car. But in the doing of that, then what you're shown is that you get given. So Kim just said, oh well, we've got 5 nights of accommodation, which is available on it's like some kind of credit that her husband has, which is going to expire soon. So you can have it in some really nice self-catering apartments that would have cost me 1,800 a night, rand a night. So that's nearly £100 a night. And that just came. There's no like, oh well, this is what I want or seeking. It just came.
Yeah, so there was a clear kind of flow going on there.
Yeah, it was a flow, and when you listen to the flow, then these kinds of things happen. And it's not about getting; it's about giving. So I wasn't going, well, how much can I get from this? I was more like, well, what can I'm going to go to Cape Town to give, and if some people end up joining the Art of Letting Go program, then great. But if they don't, then it's been an opportunity to give and to share, and also give to Christine and give to Kim, because they're members of the community. And so I'll go. I can fly to Cape Town for about the same price as Joburg, and I didn't know where I was going to stay, but then she just offered very kindly. And so you start to go, okay, it wasn't about getting, it was about forgiving. And then you receive in unexpected ways. But if it's all about what I can get out of it, and so I'm paying, and it's all what I'm paying, but I want to get value for my money, then we're in the wrong mindset. And then these kinds of things that are miraculous and synchronistic tend not to happen when you're in that kind of mindset. And that was really, if I look back on that scam experience, that was really the kind of mindset I was in a lot of the time. How much can I get, and how little can I give, and what can I take, what can I get out of this interaction? And that wasn't a correct mindset.
Yeah, it's good.
Not,
it's a good example, actually. I've just been approached by somebody who read one of my articles from ages ago, and is doing a management buyout thing, and he was attracted by the spiritual side of what I was talking about. And I thought, and actually, I've had a meeting with him, and we'll probably do something together. And I'm thinking, and I don't know why it came to me, but I thought, well, I won't charge him. I won't go in and say, well, my rate is X per hour, and I want payment in advance, and da, 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 da. I thought, well, I'm just going to go with the idea of, well, and I'll say to him, well, what do you think this is worth?
Yeah.
And just try and going down that route.
Yeah. When you remove the getting mechanism out of things, life flows more smoothly, and you tend to have miracles. Miracles don't obey the laws of getting and receiving in the same way as the ego does.
No.
So miraculous things can happen that are like really blessings, but they're not within the ego's thought system of, well, I've paid so much, and therefore I must get this return, and all very calculating and trying to work it out to maximize what you get from the interaction. And so, yeah, I mean, to shift out of that, it took some lessons and some shifting, but I did. It was like I realized that wasn't correct. It wasn't really how I wanted to be, and I much preferred giving and just not really being too concerned with the the outcome. And then you open the flow of true abundance, because it's no longer, well, I'm getting this, I'm paying this, so I ought to get this. So now I've got a heavy expectation of what I require. And so I set the price high. But actually, what I've really done is by seeking to get a bargain and price something low, my return will be in proportion to my judgment of worth. Well, this doesn't just apply commercially; it applies in relationships and so on. So let's say I'm looking for a special relationship, as an example. So I say, well, I want to get something. I want to get a good mate, a catch, right? So but let's say I'm a man. I don't want to spend too much on getting that. So I'll go dating, and I'll try and I'll try and hook some woman in, but I don't really want to spend too much. So I'm trying to get a good deal for my money. So I'll set the price low but demand a high return. But I want someone amazing. I want someone who's going to share my life. I want all of this, but actually I've priced it really low. So price is to value. So return is in proportion to your judgment of worth. So what I've really done is I've judged the person of little worth, because I've said, well, you're not really worth me, cultivating and spending money on, not just money but time. And really what I've done is judge myself as a little worth in the process. And then, why would I be surprised when that relationship doesn't really work? And the woman turns around and says, well, I don't feel valued by you. I feel like, I'm just a cheap date. And yet you're actually quite cheap. And then the person might be angry, the guy might be angry and say, well, how dare you? I've taken you out for dinners and I've, but it's the attitude with which he did it. He didn't really value the person or the relationship. He valued the money. And Susie said to me about her husband's father or something. Apparently, he got in an accident a number of years ago, and the first thing the father did was instead of going to see his son, he made sure that he could claim his tax back on the car because the car was a write-off. So he went to see the car before he went to see his son. You see, I mean, this is the kind of crazy valuing of the ego, upside down value system that he's highlighting. So this isn't just in commercial interactions. This is how it plays out in our life, in life situations and relationships.
Yeah, it's interesting, isn't it?
So by doing all this, we're actually valuing ourselves as of little worth. When we devalue someone else, we try and get a bargain, we try and give little and get a lot, we actually devalue ourselves. And then why are we surprised when the return that we expected doesn't come and we're disappointed?
Mm.
So if paying is associated with giving, then he turns it around. Paying is associated with giving, it cannot be perceived as loss. A reciprocal relationship of giving and receiving will be recognized. So I'm actually giving. When I'm paying money or I'm paying someone in kind or with my time, however that paying looks, if I associate it with giving, I can't perceive it as a loss. I haven't really lost something by paying. I've actually gained because giving and receiving are seen as reciprocal. So in fact, you're paying a high price. If giving and receiving are equivalent, then I recognize that by setting the price high and paying a high price, I'm also receiving something of value. And you see that people who have an abundance mindset tend to operate this way. They'll be, I'll pay more. There have been occasions where people have actually paid me more than I asked for. And I'm very grateful for that, because they're coming from abundance and they're saying, well, actually, I really value what you did, so I'll pay more. And so then what they have out of that interaction, instead of losing, they gain, because they have a sense of abundance, they have a sense of gratitude, they feel these positive emotions. The interaction is a positive one, a rewarding one for them, rather than one where they feel like they've lost something. Because the ego is addicted to the idea of loss. So it's always going to try and convince you that you've lost something by paying anything. And I've seen in my family, particularly my dad and some of my siblings, the attitude to money, very kind of controlling and miserly, is, they suffer because there's no abundance in their mindset. And so they suffer because they're in a very contracted, limited mindset that can't give. And so they suffer the consequences of that as they've set the price, so they pay it. But if you set the price high, price will then be set high because of the value of the return. So we set the price high because we know that as we set the price, so the value will come. So then, of course, you would want to pay more because you'll get more value. Now, this works in many ways. If I think of the art of letting go, it's along these same lines as well. So I set the price high, but the price for me is my time. I put in an enormous amount of time into this. I set it high because of the value of the return. So if I put in a lot of time into it, the value of the return is going to be in proportion to the time that I give it. And that's how the thought system of giving and receiving and true value works. And then you get the value in return out of that, not necessarily immediately, but in time. You've seen how this has grown over the last couple of years. You see the evolution. You see that as I've valued it, so the value is returned. As I've given it value in my own mind by putting the time and energy into it, so the value then returns to me, which is exactly what he's saying. If I said, no, actually this isn't really worth it, I'm not going to put the time in, I want to get a lot and put in a little, that energy would permeate the whole thing, and I'd end up not getting very much because there's no value being created there. So value comes when you give, and you're not really worried about the return, because as you give freely, then you're setting the price, and the return will be high because of that abundance with which you give.
Yeah, very interesting. Yeah.
Yeah, it is fascinating, and he's using this again as a teaching. It's not just about what we pay in life. It's not just about some commercial transaction. He's talking about all our life situations. This principle applies. Okay, so price will then be set high because of the value of the return. So number 5, that the price for getting. John, do you want to read number 5?
Yeah. The price for getting is to lose sight of value, making it inevitable that you will not value what you receive. Valuing it little, you will not appreciate it, and you will not want it.
So also that's a great example. Did you watch The Shift?
I have watched it not over this weekend, but I've watched it in the past.
You have watched it in the past. So you remember that interaction that very guy couple had? They were at lunch and they had that massive argument.
Yeah.
And it started off because she said, well, I think I'll take that dress back. And he said, oh, the one I waited 45 minutes for you to buy. Yes, she says, because I think I already have it. He says, I can't believe I waited 45 minutes for you to buy a dress you already have. And this is how it went from bad to worse. But look at that. The price for getting is to lose sight of value. So she wants to get something. She wants to go shopping to get something of value, making it inevitable that you will not value what you receive. Okay, so her mindset is all about, what can I get? Oh, another dress. I'm going to go shopping. I'm going to get another dress to add to my collection of hundreds of dresses, is to lose sight of value. So she's lost sight of what's truly valuable. And that makes it inevitable that you will not value what you receive. So then she gets it, and she actually doesn't value it because she's lost sight of the value. So then she's like, well, I think I'll return it because it's actually of no value. Even though in the getting, obviously she thought it would be of value. Otherwise, why would she spend 45 minutes trying it on? Valuing it little, you will not appreciate it, and you will not want it. And so the getting mechanism, which is craving, which is desire, really devalues everything. And it means that you can't really appreciate anything And actually, even when you get what you think you want, you don't really want it, which is quite common in the ego. You know, that one of the hallmarks of egoic desires is that they will not satisfy you. When you achieve that desire, it's not going to satisfy you. You might get very temporarily, maybe a temporary kind of little hit of satisfaction, but it's not going to satisfy you for long, because there's no genuine appreciation. Because your craving, your desire for something out of the interaction is what stops that. Craving destroys the value, so we don't appreciate it, and in the end, we don't even want what we get. And I mean, isn't that just you look at our consumer society? This is how it works, isn't it? We crave, we desire these things, we buy them, and then like, well, actually, I don't really even want it. So I'm spending all this time and energy making money and having to go shopping and buying stuff. And then actually, I realize I don't really want it. And a few months later, it ends up in the trash heap. And it just gets chucked away. And I mean, this is totally unsustainable way of operating. I read some scary statistic in America that something like 99%, or maybe it was 95%, of all products there that are made end up in the bin, in the trash or recycling within 6 months. Because people are just like, well, I thought I valued it, but actually I don't. So just bin it, and then they continue on. You know, oh, well, then I'll buy something new because that's new and it's exciting. It's going to offer me something, and then actually I feel disappointed. I don't value it now. Oh, trash it. And they can't see that that's just a pattern of thought and behavior that really doesn't work to create value for themselves. You know, they'll never feel satisfied. And, you know, our society becomes dysfunctional. And those patterns, these dysfunctional patterns are played out on a collective level. Our society becomes extremely dysfunctional. So as, you know, as within, so without. If you look at the integral model, there we go. So we'll look. So the dysfunction always starts in the mind. You know, we have this dysfunction going on in our minds, in our individual minds, which gets played out in our lives. So that's the individual exterior. But if that dysfunction is replicated over many minds, it becomes a culture, a shared set of values, meanings, and that then creates the inter-objective systems, networks, technology, government, and so on. And then it's little wonder that we create a dysfunctional world with this kind of dysfunctional mindset. What can you expect with a world like the one we've created? That really doesn't have any substance. It's all about the material, and very quickly the material fades. So we burn stuff. There's no sustainability. We just chuck it away, and then we carry on the hedonic treadmill of seeking and desiring something outside of ourselves to satisfy ourselves, not realizing that's never going to work. And it's only when we realize that this system doesn't work that we step out of it and we can really start our spiritual growth. So that's what he's referring to in this paragraph, framed from the integral perspective. Okay, so any questions on that?
No, it's good.
Okay, so I record all of that. So no, I didn't. How would you summarize this? Paragraph 10.
As I put value on, as I value, I am rewarded. if I do not value, I receive very little.
Hmm. Yeah. So as I value things, so my return is. And if I'm paying for something, then I should value it highly. So yeah, I think your idea of asking now, well, what's this worth to you, is quite good, because you're asking, that will reveal his mindset. If he
Yeah.
says, actually, I'll pay you a lot, then he's coming from an abundance mindset, and someone worth doing business with and worth working with. But if he comes up with something ridiculous, it's really not generous at all, then that tells you a story, doesn't it?
Yeah.
Your job would still be to see him as the Christ, but you may not choose to continue working with him.
Not to be gullible. Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, so practically, yeah, okay, no, that doesn't feel right. I won't necessarily engage in that, but I do still see that underneath that, let's say underneath his dysfunctional behavior, lies the truth.
Yeah.
And I can still perceive it, even though he doesn't. All right, so anything else you want to share on number 10, summary?
No.
Price for getting is to lose sight of value, make it inevitable you not value what you receive. So when you I think a key thing is when you focused on getting, then you lose sight of what's truly valuable. And then how can we value what we receive? So even if we get stuff, we're on that hedonic treadmill, and many people are. They're obsessed with getting. When they get it, they don't really value what they receive.
No.
So they don't appreciate it. And then, of course, the ego says, oh, we'll get something else, get something different, get something new. So they're continuously in this craving and never really being satisfied, which is the definition of hell, really. That's what the Buddha noticed. And craving is the source of all suffering. Okay, so summary done, and let's have a look at personalizing it.
If I equate paying with getting,
Yeah, it's a good one. Quite.
if I equate paying with getting, I will set the price low, but demand a high return. I will have forgotten, however, that to price is to value, so that my return is in proportion to my judgment of worth.
This out. However, I will then have forgotten. So we put a then in there.
Yeah.
However, you will have then.
And have forgotten that to price is to value, so that my return is in proportion to my judgment of worth.
As in proportion to My judgment of worth.
If I associate paying with giving,
Hmm.
it cannot be.
It's much better in the active sense, isn't it? Active
Yeah.
What is it called? The case, passive tense, is it?
Yeah.
Oh,
Sounds.
Passive tense.
If I equate paying with equate paying with giving, it cannot be perceived as loss.
Equate paying with giving. I cannot
Perceive it as loss.
perceive it as loss.
It's present perceived rather than past. Cannot perceive it as loss. And the reciprocal relationship of giving and receiving is recognized.
And I will recognize.
Oh, yeah. Oh, okay. And I will recognize. Oh, yeah. The reciprocal relationship of giving and receiving.
It's so much more powerful as an affirmation, isn't it? When you say, I will, I can, so you're stating in the active rather than the passive.
Yeah.
Because I know I'm doing it rather than it's sort of happening to me. I recognize the reciprocal relationship of giving and receiving.
The price will then be set high because of the value of the return.
Yeah, again, I'll then set the value of, I'll then set the price high because of the value of my return. Price forgetting is to lose sight of value.
Price forgetting is to lose sight of value. Price for the price of my
Price for my desire to get. How about that? Desire to get.
My desire to get is to lose sight of value.
That I lose sight of true value. Maybe. Making it inevitable that I will not value
what I receive.
Finding it little.
I will not appreciate it and not want it. This whole paragraph reminds me of that lovely story of Picasso in a restaurant one night when a woman spotted him and asked him to do a little doodle on her serviette. And he did a little doodle and she said, "Oh, how much do I owe you? Thank you very much." And he said, "Well, it'll be 20,000 francs. And she said, "What? 20,000 francs? It only took you 10 seconds. She said, and he said, "Madam, that did not take 10 seconds. That took 25 years.
Yeah. Yeah, exactly. There's a mastery there. Well, she probably didn't pay it. He was probably joking, wasn't he? But
Yeah.
but the point is, he valued his skills. It didn't take 20 seconds. It took 25 years to do that. of work and practice, and yeah, so it's about valuing ourselves truly. And it all comes down to self-worth in the end. You know, how do I see myself? Then that's how I'm going to value everything. Everything's a projection of my self-concept. So if I'm continuously trying to get things, I'm trying to get seeming value and something external, I'm actually saying that I don't value myself.
Yeah.
Because why would I try and get something if I have a true sense of value and worth within me? Whereas if I value myself and I give freely from that place of valuing myself, then I'm coming from an abundant place, and then the result tends to be abundant rather than based on scarcity. Valuing it little, yeah. So just he's really highlighting how the ego works when you know, relating to the external world and things, and the perceptions of value, and how that sabotages us in this particular paragraph. Okay, so just read it from the top, make sure we're happy with it.
If I equate paying with getting, I will set the price low but demand a high return. However, I will then have forgotten that to price is to value, so that my return is in proportion to my judgment of worth. If I equate paying with giving, I cannot perceive it as loss, and I will recognize the reciprocal relationship of giving and receiving. I will then set the price high because of the value of my return. The price for my desire to get is that I lose sight of true value, making it inevitable that I will not value what I receive. Valuing it little, I will not appreciate it and will not want it.
Okay, happy with that?
Yep.
Happy to read that. So
yeah.
Let's go into here. Okay, so just yeah, read it in the slowly as you normally do.
If I equate paying with getting, I will set the price low, but demand a high return. However, I will then have forgotten that to price is to value, so that my return is in proportion to my judgment of worth. If I equate paying with giving, I cannot perceive it as loss, and I will recognize the reciprocal relationship of giving and receiving. I will then set the price high because of the value of my return. The price for my desire to get is that I lose sight of true value, making it inevitable that I will not value what I receive. valuing it little, I will not appreciate it and will not want it.
Yay. So it is. All right, so number 11. I think we got 2 more to go. Yeah, 11, 12. So too bad.
But useful if we can get it, we can speed up a bit, probably actually as well, John.
Yeah, okay.
I've been protracting it out, so.
Hmm.
Never forget then that you set the value on what you receive and price it by what you give. To believe that it is possible to get much for little is to believe that you can bargain with God.
Yeah, you can bargain with pure formless awareness of perfect love.
Pure formless awareness of perfect. Oops. Pure formless awareness of perfect love's laws are also fair and perfectly consistent. By giving, you receive. But to receive is to accept, not to get. It is impossible not to have, but it is possible to not. But it is possible not to know you have. The recognition of having is the willingness of forgiving. And only by this willingness can you recognize what you have. What you give is therefore the value you put on what you have, being the exact measure of the value you put upon it. And this, in return, is the measure of how much you want it.
Okay. So what's he saying here? Summary.
Well, he's kind of saying the same thing, really, in terms of what we value. When we value ourselves, we are valued. And if we don't value ourselves, we are not valued. And so we are what we are as we put the value on ourselves.
To receive is to accept, not to get. Well, that's interesting. Receiving is not getting, but it's accepting. Recognition of having is the willingness for giving. Recognition of having is the willingness for giving. Only by this willingness can you recognize what you have. See what he's saying there? So I recognize I have abundance. I have this pure formless awareness of perfect love within me. So then I'm willing to give it. I'm willing to give it because I have it in abundance. Only by this willingness. Only by this willingness can you recognize that what you have. So there's this really interesting relationship between giving and receiving. So when I extend it and I give it, then in that act, I recognize what I have, because I must have it in order to give it. And so giving and receiving are just one hand washing another. They're actually the same. They're in the same thought system of truth. They're just temporary expressions of the truth. And the one hand looks like it's giving and the other looks like it's receiving. But actually they are one. Recognition of having is the willingness for giving. When I have it, then I must be willing to give it. And so universally, people are only generous when they feel abundant, when they feel that they have. If people feel that deprived and scarce and lacking, then they're not going to be willing to give. And so then they deprive themselves further by their lack of willingness to give. They cannot recognize that they have. And so it becomes a cycle of poverty and scarcity and lack rather than of abundance and hope and meaning. And what you give is therefore the value you put on what you have. What you give is therefore the value you put on what you have, being exact measure the value you put upon it. Now, so as you give out, you give money, you give time, you give energy in whatever form. That's how you value it. That's the value you put on what you have. What you have in truth. Being an exact measure of the value you put upon it. Value you put or place. The value you place, maybe. You place in what you have. Being an exact measure of the value. The value you give, maybe. What you give is therefore the value you place, and we'll leave this place because we want to give there. Being the exact measure of the value. And this could be the value. Value you give it. And this in turn is the measure of how much you want it. Okay, so anything else to add in that? The summary of it.
That's good.
So, I never forget. So I never forget.
That.
Well, therefore, I'm a therefore.
I never forget that what I set the value on, I receive.
Never forget that I set the value on what I receive.
Oh yeah, never forget. Therefore, I never forget that what I set the value on, I receive.
No, I never forget that I set the value on what I receive.
Oh, that's better. Yeah.
I
Therefore,
set
never
the
forget
value
that
on
I
what I
set the value
receive.
on what I receive, and price it by what I give. To believe that it is possible to get much for little is to believe that I can bargain with pure formless awareness of perfect love.
I believe there's possibly much for little. I believe that I can bargain with pure formless awareness of perfect love.
Perfect love's laws are always fair and perfectly consistent. By giving, I receive. But to receive is to accept, not to get. It is impossible not to have, but it is possible not to know I have. The recognition of having is the willingness for giving. And only by this willingness can I recognize what I have. What I give is therefore the value I place on what I have. Being the exact measure of the value I give it. And this in turn is the measure of how much I want it.
How much I want it. So giving, receiving, value. It's a very interesting section. This.
Yes.
You could actually here's a challenge for you, John. You could take this and make this into a whole business teaching.
Yeah, you could.
This section.
Yeah.
You could base a whole model of ethical business on this, what he's talking about here.
You could certainly write an interesting article.
Hmm.
I might do that.
Yeah, because he's talking about value. It's directly applicable to business. You can easily relate it to business. It takes a little bit more of a stretch to relate it to other areas of life, like relationships, but it can be related. The business aspect is pretty easy because of the nature of business is commerce, and he's using this language, giving and receiving, and the price you pay. And you see that people and companies who try and get a lot for little are making the mistake. They're actually trying to bargain with pure formless awareness of perfect love. And they're violating the laws of perfect love. And they wonder why that's not sustainable, and why it doesn't work in the long term.
Yeah.
That's symptomatic of our, so many. The thought system of the ego seems to dominate this world, and many companies are all about, well, how much can I get and how little can I give? That's sort of the worst of capitalism, isn't it?
Yeah.
Companies and people who are like, well, I want to get a lot and give little. And so there's no service. Business is not about service then. The business is about making money and getting rather than giving. And that's the the fundamental difference. Business based on giving and serving has got it right, because then they're pricing themselves high. And yes, they charge for the value. If you're a business, you need to charge in order to generate revenue and profits. But it's all about the attitude. Do it with the attitude of giving first, and then the value will come. Rather than how much can I get, and then you're disappointed at whatever value does come, because it's never enough. Okay. So do you want to read that? Read that from the top in the personalized translated version. Make sure you're happy with it. And then read it slowly.
Therefore, I never forget that I set the value on what I receive and price it by what I give. If I believe that it is possible to get much for little, I believe that I can bargain with pure formless awareness of perfect love. Perfect love's laws are always fair and perfectly consistent. By giving, I receive. But to receive is to accept, not to get. It is impossible not to have, but it is possible not to know I have. The recognition of having is the willingness for giving. And only by this willingness can I recognize what I have.
Let's just change this to my recognition of having is my willingness.
Yeah.
For giving. My willingness to give. Only by this willingness can I recognize what I have. Yeah, carry on.
Therefore, what I give is the value I place on what I have, being the exact measure of the value I give it. And this in turn is the measure of how much I want it.
This is really the key to, one of the keys to overcoming our lack of self-worth. What I give is the value I place on what I have. So if I give much, then I'm placing value on what I have. I'm acknowledging my own self-worth. The more I give freely and generously, the more I acknowledge the value that I have. Which is why giving freely and generously, not just in money, but in your time, in service, is such a powerful practice. Because I'm saying that every time I give freely and generously, that I have abundance, I have enough, I am enough, and so I can give freely and generously. And this is the exact measure of the value I give it. So as I give, so I receive the value that I've given it. And my true self-worth is either accepted or denied accordingly. This in turn is the measure of how much I want it. So how much do I really want to be either my true self or the false self-concept? And he says in the instrument for peace, desire, truth was lost to me. Truth is given to me through my desire for truth. Let's just find it. But it's lost to me for my desire for something else. Instrument for peace is what I want. So if you look in the top right corner here, I want to read that. Truth is restored.
Truth is restored to you through your desire, as it was lost to you through your desire for something else. Yeah.
This is absolutely pertinent to what he's saying here.
Yeah.
A measure of how much I want it. So how much do I want truth, or how much do I want illusion? If I desire only to be my true self, then that desire is the miracle, because that will change my belief, thought, emotion, and perception of the situation. And then some extraordinary things happen. So again, it's pointing us here to the level of core desire. You know, what do you truly desire? What do you truly want? And that's at the fundamental level of the change of mind. That's where the mind changes. Desire of eyes of the ego, or the prayer of the heart. And how much do I want both? If I really, really, above all else, want the truth, then I must hold to this true self that I know I am. And that's the level of the miracle right there. So you start to see how all these things interlock. Okay, so will you read it for us?
Therefore, I never think. Oh, yeah. Okay.
Recording. Okay, so slowly, deliberately.
Therefore, I never forget that I set the value on what I receive and price it by what I give. If I believe that it is possible to get much for little, I believe that I can bargain with pure formless awareness of perfect love. Perfect love's laws are always fair and perfectly consistent. By giving, I receive. But to receive is to accept, not to get. It is impossible not to have, but it is possible not to know I have. My recognition of having is my willingness to give. And only by this willingness can I recognize what I have. Therefore, what I give is the value I place on what I have, being the exact measure of the value I give it. And this, in turn, is a measure of how much I want it.
Okay, so it is. All right, last paragraph.
Yep.
Quite a short one, so
Good.
this will need some translation. So read the original and then the alternative.
You can ask of the Holy Spirit then only by giving to him. And you can give to him only where you recognize him. So you can ask of the remembrance of perfect love, then only by giving to it. And you can give to it only where you recognize it. If you recognize it in everyone, consider how much you will be asking of it and how much you will receive. He will deny you nothing because you have denied it nothing. And so you can share everything. This is the way and the only way to have his answer. Because his answer is all you can ask for and want. Say then to everyone, because I want to know myself, I see you as God's son and brother.
And alternative.
Because I will to know myself, I perceive you as pure formless awareness of perfect love's extension and my companion.
And then to everyone.
Say then to everyone, because I will to know myself, I perceive you as pure formless awareness of perfect love's extension and my companion.
That's short as perfect love's extension and my companion. Okay, so what's he saying here in summary? Paragraph 12.
So he's saying that I can only ask of the Holy Spirit where I recognize it. And if I recognize it in all those around me, I will be gaining much more from it. Because I am not denying things. And hence I can do that by perceiving everyone as perfect love's extension.
So it's he's giving us really the key to abundance. I mean, you could actually do a whole book based on this section, giving us the key to an abundant attitude, how to run your life, how to run your business, how to perceive everything correctly, and in this single section. Very powerful. As I give, I receive myself. This is really the key teaching. So by giving value, then I know that I must be valuable. As I know I'm valuable, I give value because that's a natural thing to do. When you know you have all this value, then you want to give it and share it freely. And then you feel inspired to do so. It's not, I'm motivated to do it because I want to get. See, I'm inspired to do it because I want to give. And that makes a profound difference. You know, difference between inspiration and motivation. You could do a whole teaching on that. What's the difference between inspiration and motivation? Well, inspiration is abundance by nature, so it fills you up and it's the source of all abundance. And motivation, through getting what you want to get, is about lack, because you think you're lacking, therefore you need to get in order to fill the lack. And of course, because it's based on lack, it will never satisfy you, because the lack is what carries through in everything you say and do. So if you're in that mindset of lack, what can you expect but lack? Yeah. Okay, anything else you want to say there?
No, it's good.
Yeah, it's profound. I think you could, there's the reason why you joined tonight. You could definitely do something with this. From a business point of view, I mean, it's a master teaching, really. And maybe you could do something with it. Write maybe just an article or an essay. Maybe you could write a whole book on this, actually, a whole business philosophy, just on this section. Okay. So let's personalize it. And therefore, I can ask of the remembrance of perfect love only by giving to it. And I can give it only where I recognize it. Recognize it in everyone. Instead of how much I will and everyone will be asking much of it, and asking. If I recognize in everyone will be asking much of it and will receive much. So this is the key to true value. I recognize that in everyone and everything, that's true abundance. And then I'm asking much of the Holy Spirit, and it will give me much, because it's unlimited in what it has to give. And we should say remembrance of perfect love. Will know me nothing because I have denied it nothing. So I can share everything. This is the only way, shorten that, only way to have its answer, because its answer is all and ask for and want. Only way to have its answer, because its answer is all I can ask for and want. So I say to everyone, because I will to know myself. I will to know myself and perceive you as perfect love's extension and my companion. So I will to know myself, I perceive you as perfect love's extension and my companion. Okay, you want to read that from the top? Sure, we're happy. And then I'll read it to you. It's a short one. We'll do it as a closing mini meditation.
Therefore, I can ask of the remembrance of perfect love only by giving to it. And I can give to it only where I recognize it. If I recognize it in everyone, I will be asking much of it and will receive much. The remembrance of perfect love will deny me nothing because I have denied it nothing. And so I can share everything. This is the only way to have its answer, because its answer is all I can ask for and want. Therefore, I say to everyone, because I will to know myself, I perceive you as perfect love's extension and my companion.
Okay, happy with that?
Yep.
Read it. Shall I read it to you then? That was a little closing out for you.
Yep. Okay.
Pre-bed mini meditation or something. So just make yourself comfortable. Close your eyes. Take a nice deep breath in. Just breathing in this energy, allowing these words to permeate in, to feel them on a deeper level, experience them. You exhale, relax into it, and I'll listen to these words I share and repeat them after me. In the gaps between my words and sentences, to really affirm the truth of these powerful words. Therefore, I can ask of the remembrance of perfect love only by giving to it. And I can give to it only where I recognize it. If I recognize it in everyone, I'll be asking much of it and will receive much. Remembrance of perfect love will deny me nothing. because I have denied it nothing. And so I can share everything. This is the only way to have its answer. Because its answer is all I can ask for. It's the only way to have its answer. Because its answer is all I can ask for and want. Therefore, I say to everyone, because I will to know myself, my capital self. Because I will to know my capital self, I perceive you as perfect love's extension and my companion. Select someone and just do that to them, say, because I will to know myself. Because I will to know myself, I perceive you as perfect love's extension and my companion. So bring anyone to mind and just say that phrase, because I will to know myself, I perceive you as perfect love's extension and my companion, to anyone. And so it is. Feel the loving extension of this source energy outwards through you, radiating through you. So it's said and so it's done. Amen. And that brings us to the end of the session. So thank you, John, for doing the late shift.
Thank you, John.
Good. Difficult to get through this on my own. So thank you for,
Yeah.
for doing that. And yeah, for your payment, I got that. Really appreciate it. And
Yeah.
I'll see you tomorrow. Join. I'm flying tomorrow, but I'm going to do an afternoon session. I'm flying tomorrow evening. Do at 12:30 till about 3:30. So join tomorrow afternoon if you can.
Okay. Okay.
Yeah. Okay. See you tomorrow.
Yep. So, okay. See you tomorrow, John. Thank you. Cheers.
Thanks, John. Okay. Night. Sleep well. Bye. So thanks to everyone who joined. Lane, John, Sally earlier. Good session, long session, but some really profound stuff there. I really enjoyed that. So really a teaching on abundance and how to give and receive. You can apply it to business, you can apply it to relationships, you can apply it to life. So I hope that's been a useful teaching and you'll apply it. And so that's me signing off for the day 30, I believe we're on, of the Art of Letting Go Club program. So it's a wrap for today. I will post out the document to the Telegram group shortly, so watch out for that. You can read it tomorrow morning, and yeah, next session will be 12:30 UK time. Tomorrow being Wednesday. 12:30 UK time, 1:30 SA time. So join me then in the Zoom.